that you want to get them ramped up and ready to go for the playoffs.
This was DJ Humphrey's first game with you guys. How would you evaluate his first start?
I thought he did a good job. I mean, obviously, not playing in a long time. There's going to be some different little things here and there, but I thought he battled. I thought he did a great job as the game went on. It seemed like he started playing better and better. And, I thought it was impressive going up against that pass rush and not playing football for, 9 months or whatever it is, to be able to throw the pads on and get out there and battle against one of the best defenses in football. I thought he did a great job.
We saw in the show Quarterback that you did, like how you prepare for these games and how you also take care and maintain your body. It seems like you've taken a lot of hits the last 6 weeks or so. You compound that with how much football you guys have played the last 5-6 years or so. From a physical standpoint, where are you right now and how are you holding up?
Yeah, I think everybody has little bumps and bruises at this point of the year, no matter what position you play or what team you're on. But I think I'm in a good spot, man. I think I'm getting even healthier than I was kind of mid part of the season, and trying to get myself ready to go for the playoffs. And we built up for this. Me and the strength staff here and Bobby at home, we all work together to make sure I'm in the best physical shape going into the playoffs. And I feel like I'm gonna be like that going into it.
This stretch was something at least fans kind of looked at from the very beginning of the schedule. You know, everybody kind of circled the Buffalo game or the San Francisco game, two very important ones. And this stretch where you guys play 3 games in 11 days, are you guys physically prepared for this stretch? Are you mentally prepared for this stretch? Was this a stretch that you guys also identified pretty early on in the season?
Yeah, you definitely identified. It's different. Playing 3 games, 11 days on all different days of the week, it's something that I don't think I've ever done before. I might have maybe in my past, but you just go in there with the mentality you're going to just dominate every single day. It's going to be tough competition. We're playing 3 great football teams that are all playing good football right now, and so for us, just prepare each and every day to get better and take care of our bodies. It's going to be an important, especially 3 games going into that last week. So it's something that we knew was coming, and luckily for us, we've taken care of business early in the year so that we can be prepared to go out there and try to do whatever we can to win these 3 football games.
A couple of weeks ago, Chris talked about the importance of having a late bye and that he wanted to go to the NFLPA. You guys' bye was in week 6, and then you have this stretch. The league has moved you guys around a lot. You played on Black Friday, you play on Christmas, you play on Saturday, you play on a lot of different games. Would it have been ideal for you guys to have a bye later in the season?
I'm always a fan of the later buys. It's just kind of you kind of grind through training camp and you're ready to go, and then you get a later buy. Like I said, everybody's got bumps and bruises, but at the end of the day, man, you get your buy whenever you get your buy. You just got to go out there and play football. And so I'm not going to complain about anything like that. Our goal is just try to get that first round bye in the playoffs, and we can enjoy that break then, and then get ourselves ready to go for the stretch run.
A couple more questions here for the quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes. Patrick, how cool is it that you guys have won the division every year that you have been a starter? We talked about this to open up the show yesterday, that you guys have 4 goals set every year. It is win the division, you guarantee you get a playoff spot, you guarantee you get a home game. It is lock in the 1 seed, make the Super Bowl, and win the Super Bowl. How good is it that you guys have been able to accomplish step 1 every year that you've been in charge?
Yeah, it's super important. You get that home playoff game, and especially this year. You look how good the AFC West is, and for us to be able to take care of business and win that and get that home playoff game, we know how special Arrowhead is, and it's such an advantage for us. And so we're in the playoffs. We've clinched our first step. We got more steps to go. But it's always great to kind of get that first step clinched so you can start building on the next one.
You know Travis as well as anybody. What kind of importance has he put on this week? What kind of importance have you put on this week for him, just knowing that in all likelihood this is probably his last game playing in front of his hometown crowd?
Yeah, no, it's always special when guys get to go to their hometowns and play, and he's a Cleveland guy through and through. I think everybody in Cleveland knows that, and so it'll be a special moment for him. I was there a couple years back when we played there, and he had a great football game. And so I'm sure that they'll have a lot of attention on them. Their defense is a really good defense, and so we'll try to get him going. And when he goes, everybody goes. And so it's an important part of our offense, but also being a great important part for him playing at home.
Last 2 questions here, Patrick, and I'll get you out of here. I appreciate your time. The first one is, I'm a Missouri fan, so I went to the game on Sunday before Sunday Night Football. I got home in time, so I saw the fans storm the court. When you were at Texas Tech, did you guys ever have a court storm or a field storm while you were there?
There was one court storm, I believe. I believe Texas Tech beat like Buddy Hield in Oklahoma at some point. And that's back when Tech wasn't too good at basketball. We kind of turned into a Tech now, and so whenever we get that big win against Oklahoma, I think we stormed the court. I can't remember exactly.
And last thing here, I don't know if you saw this or not yet, but Caitlin Clark, she actually won the Time Magazine Athlete of the Year. Obviously, you guys have a relationship. She's a Chiefs fan. She's been to a game, and you've been a huge proponent for women's sports. What is it like to see her growth over the last couple of years where she is in the conversation with you and Steph and LeBron as one of the most popular athletes in America?
Yeah, it's been really cool. I mean, just seeing, watching her play, you obviously have so much respect for the way she plays the game, and she's trying to grow the game and be an example for the young women coming up behind her. And so super excited for her to be able to receive that award, super deserving. And I think it's just going to keep taking women's basketball to the next level. Her and all the other women that are really dominating that league. It's really cool to see how that league's grown.
That is the quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes, joining us on the show today. They have an important stretch where they are going to play 3 games in the next 11 days against Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and also Houston. Patrick, man, happy holidays, man. Happy for you to join us today, man. Thanks a bunch.
Yeah, appreciate you, man.
Absolutely. Every week I get a chance to catch up with Patrick Mahomes. Just want to play that for you guys as we get ready for Army and Navy. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We have 5 very important games in the NFL. I'll give you my official predictions coming up on the other side. Keep it right here. It's Mad Dog Sports Radio.
The UEFA Champions League is back on Sirius XM FC, and this year it's bigger than ever.
Absolutely ridiculous from Real Madrid. Merseyside magic from Mo Salah.
Now with more matches.
If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-939-2525. 800-939-2525. 800-939-2525.
Start your mornings with hard-hitting fantasy football talk on Fantasy Football Mornings. Our roster of expert hosts will help you win your fantasy football leagues in a fun and entertaining way. Listen in to expert analysis, the latest news, and winning strategies to help dominate the competition. Plus, each week, hosts will preview the top games and home team highlights. It's all happening on Fantasy Football Mornings on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio. Brought to you by Ashley, where game day meets everyday style.
Come on, jump! I don't know if I'll make it!
Hurry! The floor is lava!
Oops. Hey, life happens. Which is why your favorite styles from Ashley are available in life-resistant, high-performance fabric with removable, machine-washable fabric slipcovers that make it easy to clean spills, dirt, and imaginary lava. For more mess and less stress, shop Ashley's high-performance furniture in-store or online at ashley.com. Ashley, for the love of home.
Price based on the monthly billing for a 10-year term policy for a healthy, non-smoking 44-year-old male. Paid actor portrayal.
Dude, guess how much I pay for $1 million term life insurance policy?
Gotta be at least $150 a month.
Wrong, my friend. I got coverage through Ethos. Only $69 a month, and I didn't need a medical exam. Just answered a few easy health questions.
That's impressive, but I'm shocked you have life insurance.
But you don't? Come on, man. You have a wife and kids. What if something happens to you? Trust me, or better yet, check out some of their reviews. Ethos is A+ rated on the BBB and excellent on Trustpilot. Once you sign up, they can start your coverage the same day with policies as low as $1 a day.
Wow, I'm sold. I'm signing up right now.
Ethos, a fast and easy online experience. Policies for every budget and up to $2 million in term coverage with no medical exam. Just a few health questions. Get your free quote at applyethos.com. E for easy, E for ethos. At applyethos.com. That's applyethos.com.
Hi, it's Jimmy Fallon, and I'm hopping channel to channel, spreading Christmas joy all over SiriusXM.
And Navy. You can hear the Army feed right here, so don't turn the dial. If you want the Navy feed, it's over on channel 83, and the Westwood One National feed is over on channel 84. So 82, 83, 84. Got you locked into Army and Navy, which should be a lot of fun. Two of the better group of five schools in college football this year. That is always an historic rivalry. And for 125, you know it's going to be a very special occasion. Let's go to the phone lines really quickly before we get back to the NFL. Let's go out to Indianapolis and be joined by Chris. Chris, happy holidays, my man.
Well, happy holidays to you, Harrison. C-Dot, how are you?
Doing good, man.
Hey, just a little reminiscence about you and I that you probably don't remember. My wife was the VP of marketing for the Kansas City Chiefs for 15 years, and we spent 3 of 4 barbecue expos together at the 610 tent.
Okay, I kind of remember this. I love the barbecue expos.
And you were always really good, and I was never very good because I drank too much because the booze were free, and you always kept your control. But I've never actually called into a radio show. I listened to nothing but radio shows, and I've heard you coming on to Mad Dog, and I just wanted to throw you your flowers. And I've been listening to you since I'm 44. I think, what are you, 35, 36? Correct?
Hey, Chris, you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Can you not hear me?
Oh, yeah, no, I got you. Yeah, no, we got confused there. Yeah, I am 36 years old.
Yeah, so I've been listening to you basically since you started at 610. And when you had I can't remember his name, he's in Chicago now. But, I mean, I've loved you and your show on 610, and I love hearing you on Mad Dog now. And you're just doing huge things. And I love the fact that you try to hide your fandom of the Chiefs because you have to, especially on Mad Dog. But I still want you to know and remember this, and I don't know if you remember me screaming at you, telling me that how much better KU is at football and basketball at you. But other than that, I got nothing but love for you, and I never call in, and I just wanted to give you mad love for that, man. And
no problem, Chris, man. I appreciate it, man.
C-Dot, man, you are just a Kansas City staple, and people don't understand how great Kansas City as a city is. So fantastic.
Absolutely, man. I appreciate it, man. Happy holidays to you and yours. Chris calling in, man. I got to make sure I Venmo Chris for all the positive energy that he sent me. We're about to hand things off to Army and Navy. All right, we don't have a lot of time here. I do want to get to this before we sign off today. There are 5 really important games tomorrow coming up in the National Football League. Let's start with the first one. It is Broncos and Colts. The Colts cannot make the playoffs if they lose. The Broncos still could make the playoffs if they lose. The Colts cannot make the playoffs if they lose. The analogy is, when you're watching election coverage and they're going through the board and they're trying to tally up the electoral college and they start showing you states like Florida and Pennsylvania and they say there's not a path to the White House if you don't win this state. That is what it looks like for Indianapolis. You cannot make the playoffs if you lose to the Broncos. You are eliminated from the playoffs if you lose. I think they're getting eliminated tomorrow. The Colts have not been a playoff team this year. The Broncos have been a playoff team. The Broncos are getting healthy. They're playing great football these last couple of weeks. The Broncos had a pretty difficult stretch there, and I thought navigated it very, very well. Since they got the beats from the Ravens, they should have beat Kansas City. I'm sorry. They should have beat the Chiefs. They beat Atlanta 38-6. They beat the Raiders 29-19, and they just put 40 on the Cleveland Browns a couple of weeks ago. The Broncos are trending upwards. I cannot say that about the Colts. I think the Broncos win. I think they win comfortably. I actually bet the Broncos -6.5 so I could get plus money as opposed to paying the juice a little bit. I think the Broncos take care of business against the Colts. I'm going to take the Lions at home. I do think it's a coin flip kind of game. I think the right side to be on is you're going to give me the better team, and they're the home team, and they're coming off a bye. This is as healthy as the Lions could maybe be for the rest of the season. I'm going to take the Lions at home in that matchup. I'm also going to take the Steelers on the road, give me the Buccaneers to go on the road, and I'm also going to take the Seahawks at home. I had a lot of fun today. I appreciate you guys making me a part of your day. Adam, thanks so much. Jacob, I appreciate you guys as well. Hopefully you guys have a great rest of your weekend. Army and Navy is going to be fun. Keep it right here on Mad Dog Sports Radio.
You're listening to Mad Dog Sports Radio, Sirius XM 82.
Smooth enough for...
A year. It's the same for the other team, 365 days a year. So we can continue to prepare for this game mentally and emotionally and physically throughout the year without compromising the mission at hand as we go through the season and have games throughout the year.
It's the 125th Army-Navy game presented by USAA from Northwest Stadium in Landover, Maryland. And it's coming up next.
On the Army Sports Network.
Daly straight back to throw, looking, heaves it toward the end zone. Touchdown, Army! Coming back for it, Noah Short on the left side of the end zone. Army back on the board.
From Learfield.
Takes the snap, cuts back, heads to the goal line. Touchdown, Army! Once again on a fourth down. Takes it in from 4 yards out. A huge touchdown for the Black Knights.
This is the Army-Navy game on the Army Sports Network from Learfield. Today's game is brought to you by USAA. USAA is the proud presenter of the Army-Navy game. By Chevrolet, the official vehicle of America's game. Chevrolet, together let's drive. By The Exchange, welcoming home all veterans to their lifelong shopping benefits. By Palantir, the official software partner of America's game. And by Duke Cannon, maker of men's grooming goods and participating partner of America's game. Duke Cannon, work harder, smell better. Now with a call of the game, here's the voice of the Black Knights, Rich DeMarco.
And welcome back to Northwest Stadium in Landover, Maryland. Throughout the Hudson Valley, across the nation, and around the world, the Army Black Knights are on the air. The 125th Army-Navy game. Let's go to public address announcer, Mark Fratto.
And the United States Naval Academy, under the direction of Connie Chase.
Danny Kanell, Monday morning at 6 Eastern as we break down all the action from the weekend on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
At the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and a bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Of the United States Military Academy, United States Naval Academy, delivering the national anthem. It's the 125th Army-Navy game, and for this Army football team, big news breaking last night. Army named the winner of the Joe Moore Award given to the nation's top offensive line, beating out fellow finalists Oregon and Texas. We talked with senior tackle Lucas Scott, a member of that offensive line, earlier in the week about what it means for Army to be at the same level as the Ducks and Longhorns.
Our hard work's paying off. Like Enoy says, this place is hard. Football's hard. So to see your hard work really pay off and come to fruition, and especially in a team O-line spot, right? It's like all five of us together with the slots, with the tight ends, with everyone. So it's a whole team thing, and we're really, really proud of it and hope we win.
And Scott is clear on who has had the biggest impact on this offensive line.
Connor Finucane being here for 5 years, he's been part of, every offense we've had, the crazy triple option to a little bit pro style last year back to where we are now. So I think guys like him, Coach Vita's done a great job of kind of changing our culture and really refining what we take pride in and how we do our job.
It'll be up to Lucas Scott, this Army offensive line, to move the ball against the Navy defense. Time now to take a look at the midshipmen, and it's the scouting report. Dean Darling.
Thank you kindly, Rich. Navy lost 2 senior quarterbacks to graduation last season, so the position was up for grabs in the preseason. Junior Blake Horvath really impressed his second-year head coach Brian Newberry before the season even started.
Well, obviously going into the season, I'm really impressed with his offseason, his spring football, preseason camp. Thought he had a chance to be a special player. But what we do with our quarterbacks during practice, we don't go live on those guys, right? So you just didn't know. I couldn't be more pleased with the way that he's played and what he adds to our offense and what he allows us to be able to do schematically. Really what I've wanted to be able to do, his ability to be in the gun, do some conventional type things, throw the ball effectively, and then transition to being under center, run the triple option. It's hard to find guys that can do both, and he does both really well.
Horvath has had a nice season, barring a couple injuries that put him on the bench for 1 game and parts of 2 others, but he still put up impressive numbers, including 895 yards on the ground, another 1,154 yards in passing, and he combined for 24 touchdowns. The running game, it is supported by Alex Teska and a sniper back in Eli Heidenreich, who doubles as an excellent wide receiver. Defensively, Navy very strong up the middle. You look at their nose tackle, Landon Robinson, they'll position him all over the neutral zone area. Colin Ramos, excellent linebacker, first team all-conference. And then there's NFL prospect at safety. His name is Rayon Lane III. For the kicking game, 4-year punter Riley Reithman. He's 5th in the nation as we speak, 46 yards a boot. And then their place kicker, Nathan Kirkwood, he is a 62.5% career field goal kicker. And that is a look at the Navy Midshipmen, who try and end a 2-year losing streak to Army here today in Landover.
Army and Navy for the 125th time. This one going to be a lot of fun. Let's pause. 10 seconds for station identification across the Army Sports Network from Learfield.
Join me, Danny Kanell, and Dusty Dvorak Monday morning at 6 Eastern as we break down all the action from the weekend on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
In Beacon and 94.3 FM in Peekskill.
Rich DeMarco, Dean Darling, Joe Beckerly, and Tony Marino back at Northwest Stadium, Landover, Maryland. Army and Navy, and moments ago, the Army football team taking the field. Every player carrying out a skull and crossbones flag. Jeff Monken holding one on the field for a few minutes after. Let's go down to the field and Tony Marino, and that was quite the striking entrance by the Army football team.
You know, it certainly was, and you saw the black flag. So we usually get an indication of there'll be that one Army player that carries the black flag was going to be Max DiDomenico. Well, they all carried one out today, as Rich mentioned, when they took the field. The atmosphere is through the roof. Army captains, Max DiDomenico, Bryson Daly, Cody Winokur, Kyle Lewis. Of course, not dressed for today's game, but a captain. He is out there, and we'll turn it over in just a few seconds to the referee for today's game, Kevin Randall, and he will lead the coin toss. And we'll turn it over now to our public address announcer.
CEO, Mr. Wayne Peacock. We welcome from Navy sideline, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General C.Q. Brown, Secretary of the Navy, the Honorable Carlos Del Toro, Commandant of the Marine Corps, General Eric M. Smith, Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Lisa M. Franchetti, Sergeant Major of the Marine Corps, Sergeant Major Carlos A. Ruiz, Master Chief Petty Officer of the Navy, James M. Honea, the 65th Superintendent of the United States Naval Academy, Vice Admiral Yvette M. Davids, and Command Master Chief Michael G. Carbone.
Gentlemen, welcome to the 125th playing of the Army-Navy game. I'm Kevin Randall. I'll be your referee. This is Josh Larson. Josh will be your umpire, and we're honored to have the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, with us today to help us with the toss. Navy, you're the visiting team, so you're going to make the call. This is the coin that we'll use, a special coin. The large logo will be heads. The small logo will be tails. The large logo is heads. The small logo is tails. Navy, what is your call?
Heads.
He calls heads. Heads is the call. Secretary, would you do the honors? It is tails. Army won the toss. Okay, so you're going to defer. So Navy, you'll take the ball. Which direction do you want to kick?
I want to kick that way.
Okay. Army has won the toss.
So there you go. Army wins the toss, or Navy loses it. Since they called it, Army takes and defers to the second half, which means they will kick left to right. Your view from the press box. And the call of the game for the 125th Army-Navy game, Rich DeMarco and Dean Darling.
The excitement palpable. President-elect Trump, Vice President-elect Vance are here in the stadium, just shown on the video board. And Dean Darling, this place is on fire as we have the injury report and the game keys to go to.
All right, thanks, Rich. And out for Army, unfortunately, one of their captains since the North Texas game, Kyle Lewis. Also questionable, Jacob Tuiota. Even though Tony reported that he was going through practices here in the near end zone, he was favoring his right leg. For Navy, they report one injury. That's Darren Spilios. He is a backup linebacker. For game keys, Rich, listen clearly. Execute, execute, execute. That's for Army. No turnovers, no negative plays, no penalties defensively. As the field shrinks, Army's defense must defend the red zone. And for Navy to win here today and end a two-game losing streak to these Army cadets, well, Navy needs big games from the H&H boys. That is quarterback Horvath and receiver running back Heidenreich. Defensively, they need to neutralize Bryson Daly and make other Army players beat them. Good luck to that. 10 straight games, 100 yards or more. And that's the way I see it lining up for Army and Navy in 125th edition.
This is going to be so much fun this afternoon. Trey Granati, the subject of our player spotlight, will tee it up. We are fortunate enough to be calling the game at the top of the lower level in the corner of Northwest Stadium that is hosting the Corps of Cadets. They are bouncing up and down in front of us. Back deep for Navy, Isaiah Bryant. He's run back 14 kicks this season, so not an automatic fair catch returner. Also back there for the Mids, William Engel. Dean, you've been around a lot of these across the Army Sports Network. This is as charged a stadium I can remember over 21 years.
And I like this because we're right in amongst the core, as you just accurately described, and there's nothing like it. Goosebumps still go up and down your spine.
And Granati has it teed up and set to go. Army with the striking entrance to the field. Every player holding a black flag, skull and crossbones flag with Army football. Jeff Munkin taking one of them, holding it on the field, waving it back and forth as Navy took the field to set a tone, an electric tone here for the 125th Army-Navy game presented by USAA. Granati advancing on the football, and we are underway. He boots it out of bounds, far sideline. Out of bounds at the 10-yard line, and Navy with the first break of the game. The excitement and the nerves. Army makes a rare special teams mistake. Navy will begin at the 35.
Second time this year he's kicked it out of bounds, and he's been usually pretty true with what he does, and well, that's not a good start. And Navy, as you said, favorable field position to begin the game.
Blake Horvath has not seen much action late in the season. Left the Tulane game with a rib injury. Did not play against East Carolina. Heidenreich is one slot back, along with Brandon Chapman. Alex Teska is the fullback. Two receivers, and on the play, Nathan Kent, and a tight end, Cody Howard. Horvath will work out of the shotgun with Heidenreich to his left. First and 10 for Navy from its own 35 as we are underway. Here's a fake handoff. Horvath going to run with it. Angles right to the 38, 39-yard line where he's tripped up. We'll give him 4, maybe 5 on the play. Tackled by Andon Thomas. The offensive line for them, it's Connor McMahon, Ben Purvis, Brent Self, Hope Smith, and Javon Bouton. Andon Thomas made the tackle. That linebacking core, along with Caleb Fortner, the MVP of last year's Army-Navy game, Elo Medozi and Chance Keith along the Army defensive line. Good to see Cody Harris-Miller there with Dre Miller and Jack Latour. Have a shotgun here on 2nd and 5, and here's the handoff. Heidenreich running left and cuts back, has a couple out near the 43-yard line. Will be a couple of yards short of the first down, and tackled by Max DiDomenico, who's back deep along with Casey Larkin. Jaden Mays and Donovan Platt round out the Army starters.
Yeah, again, Army equal to the task on a third down already. Third and fourth downs really keys today.
3rd and 2 for Navy. They spot the ball at the Mids 43-yard line. Opening drive of this 2024 Army-Navy game. Horvath and a fake motion by Amin Hassan, who's in at left slot. Now Horvath back calling the play. 4 on the play clock, 3 seconds, takes the snap, and here comes Hassan on an end around, tripped up by DiDomenico, and Army saying they got him short, but it looks like Hassan just got to where he needed to go. DiDomenico had the trip up. 3rd and 2. Hassan got to, and Navy moves the chains.
So they go ISO back in the backfield. They give it off a fake to the fullback, and then Hassan coming around. They get it to him, and he, as you said, Rich, gets the first down.
Kent out to the right side here on 1st and 10 for Navy. Picked up exactly 10 yards on 3 downs. Horvath now coming up to his offensive line, maybe changing the play. Teska is the deep back. He's the fullback. Horvath back under center, a man in motion, fake end around. Here's a pitch to Teska, cuts back, nowhere to go, and flipped over at the 46-yard line. Coming up to make that play was Jaden Mays, who read it perfectly. And it's a gain. We'll give them 1 on the play. 2nd and 9.
Yeah, Army's defense very schooled. They exactly knew where that play was going. Their offensive coordinator, Kronik, he's a guy that shows a lot of motions, a lot of shifts. They've seen it early in this ball game. So far, so good for the Army D.
Kent lines up as one wide receiver out to the left side. A man in motion. Fake end around. Horvath back to throw for the first time. Pressure coming. Heaves it deep down the left side for Kent. A jumping effort. Knocked away. What a play by Casey Larkin, who arrived right when the ball's in from Nathan Kent. Knocks it away. It'll be 3rd and long.
Yeah, it was a moonshot that he threw, Rich. Allowed Larkin to come over. There were 2 other defenders surrounding that time, Kent. But, Larkin got there right in the nick of time. No pass interference. Just a great play.
Just a great play. Not even a thought of interference there. It was such a good play. 3rd down and 8 for Navy. Opening drive of the game for the Midshipmen. Luke Hutchinson comes in as a second receiver. He's a converted quarterback for this Navy squad. Horvath works out of the shotgun from the Navy 47 with Teska in the backfield. Here's a play fake, roll to the left. Now a screen set up with Teska. 50-yard line, has the first down, far sideline, 35 to the 30 of Army. Cuts back inside the 20 and brought down at the Black Knights 16-yard line. Lost the ball late, but was able to recover it at a big screen pass on 3rd and long. Gives Navy deep penetration on the opening drive of the game. Caleb Fortner made a touchdown-saving tackle.
Did a great job selling it. They faked the play action, then a shift by the quarterback to the left.
Field is a first down, a fumble recovered by the offense. It'll be first down, Navy.
So you did hear about the fumble, and lucky enough, Navy jumps on it. But they well designed that play off the screen. They really sold it to Army.
Drew Cronick, the new offensive coordinator at Navy, bringing the wing T offense he had as the head coach down at Mercer, and the ball is now going to be spotted back at the 22-yard line. They'll move everything back 5 to the point at which Teska fumbled it. It was a forward fumble. So everyone moves back. 1st and 10 for Navy at the Army 22. Opening drive of the game. 3 minutes gone by. Army and Navy for the 125th time. And Horvath checks out of under center to the shotgun. 2 receivers left and 1 right. Teska, the one back in the backfield. Horvath calls for the ball. Hands off straight ahead. Teska runs into a wall of defenders, able to push forward, pick up about 5 yards down to the 17. Harris Miller converged along with Latour for the tackle. It'll be 2nd and 5.
Teska out of Pittsburgh actually was a high school teammate of Heidenreich back in the day, and he is a tough runner, physically strong. We already know he can play a part in the passing game as well, so he's already played a factor here on the first series for Navy.
Heidenreich lines up as a receiver to the left side, 2 receivers right, including Velez and Kent. Teska, the deep back. Horvath will work out of the shotgun here on 2nd and 5 for Navy from the Army 17. Horvath, arms extended, claps, calls for the football, is going to run with it. Cuts right, 15-yard line, tripped up and brought down, though, enough for the first down to the 11-yard line. So quick. Blake Horvath on 2nd and 5, picked up 6. It'll be a 1st and 10 for Navy at the Army 11-yard line, getting to him to trip him up, Casey Larkin.
Yeah, the secondary's making tackles. Larkin with a real quick bead that time on Horvath. Probably saved a touchdown. Got him down around the ankles.
So now Horvath will again work from the shotgun, a pistol formation with Teska behind him. 1 receiver right, 1 left, 1 slot back sitting on the right side of the offensive line. Horvath now coming up to his center, maybe changing the play. Play clock down to 7 seconds. Horvath out of that pistol formation. Teska behind him. Here's a handoff, Alex Teska, the fullback to the 10-yard line. He's ganged up on DiDomenico. Ends up pulling him back after Harris Miller had the initial contact. That's a gain of 1, maybe 2 down to the 9. It'll be 2nd down and 8 as we come up on 5 minutes gone by this opening quarter.
So good to see Harris Miller out there, injured in the second half against Notre Dame. Put him on the shelf for the last 2 games, and he is a guy that can really plug up that middle. Just a sophomore for them. He's a big game player. Whitaker had the great game in substitution to him last week and had a career-high 4 tackles, but Cody Harris Miller anchoring that middle.
Hutchinson lines up to the left side. A deep fullback Teska, 2 slots. Horvath under center here on 2nd and 8 from the Army 9. Going to run with it, and now here's an end around. Hutchinson, far side 10-yard line, jumped on by Platt and forced out of bounds at the Army 7. Just a 2-yard pickup on a little bit of trickery from Navy. Army wasn't buying it. It'll be 3rd down and 6 as an Army injured player at the 8-yard line. Cody Harris Miller, it appears, who's making his way back today from a lower body injury suffered against Notre Dame.
Yeah, we just talked about that, and Miller stays down, and he is clutching his helmet too. So we'll see what happens.
Injury timeout on the field, and we'll see if there will be an extended timeout called. Opening drive of the game, Navy threatening with a 3rd and 6 at the Army 7 with 9:27 left in the opening quarter. Scoreless, Army and Navy for the 125th time. You're listening to Black Knights College Football right here on the Army Sports Network from Learfield.
The last thing you want to hear when you need your auto insurance most is a robot with countless irrelevant menu options. Which is why with USAA Auto Insurance, you'll get great service that is easy and reliable, all at the touch of a button. Get a quote today. Restrictions apply.
Chevy salutes those who serve our country. we're proud to offer a military discount to those in active service, reservists, veterans, and retirees of the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Coast Guard, plus their spouses and households. To learn more, visit ChevySalutes.com. That's ChevySalutes.com, the official vehicle of America's game. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Auto insurance can all seem the same until it comes time to use it. So don't get stuck paying more for less coverage. Switch to USAA Auto Insurance and you could start saving money in no time. Get a quote today. Restrictions apply.
USAA. You're listening to the Army Black Knights Football Radio Network on 92.5 FM in Kingston, 96.5 FM in Beacon, and 94.3 FM in Peekskill.
Build, power, service, protect. Those are the things that describe EMCOR, a nationwide leader in all things infrastructure, from data centers to hospitals, airports to manufacturing plants. EMCOR, build, power, service, protect. And Army fans, are you ready to win big with great products and award-winning service from USAA, a proud sponsor of Army West Point Athletics? You'll be prepared for whatever life throws your way. Visit USAA.com to learn more. 9:27 left opening quarter. Rich DeMarco, Dean Darling, Joe Beckerly, Tony Marino from Northwest Stadium just outside Washington, D.C. Navy on the move with a 3rd and 6 at the Army 7. And Black Knights starting nose tackle Cody Harris-Miller, coming back from an injury, suffered another one on that last play.
Yeah, lower body injury against Notre Dame, and that seems to be the same situation. He was eventually, after the trainers went out there, get up under his own power and walk off. But again, Army's going to put Whitaker back out there in a situation, and also Tuioti was in on a play earlier on the defensive line, so that's good.
This is where the Army defense is at its best, in the red zone. A 3rd and 6 for Navy from the Army 7-yard line. This drive buoyed by a 31-yard catch and run on a screen pass on a 3rd and long. 3rd and 6 now for Navy from the Army 7-yard line. Tight formation for the mids. One receiver out to the left side, that is Kent. Here's a run by Horvath, 10-yard line, cuts back to the 3, reaches over to the goal line, waiting for a signal, and it's a touchdown. Horvath got in from 7 yards out, and the Midshipmen strike first in the 125th Army-Navy game.
Man, I would think they're
going to take a look at it.
Yeah, because his knee was down back earlier. He did stretch the ball to the goal line.
Here's the other thing, too. It was a 3rd and 6 from the 7, so it's a first down no matter what.
Early on the field is a touchdown. The previous play is under further review.
It looks like from the replay we have up here in the booth, team, that the ball was short of the goal line. However, it's going to be enough to give Navy a 1st and goal inside the 1. So it's not as if Horvath isn't in, it's going to be 4th down.
Left elbow, Rich, is down just inside the 1.
And the ball, when the left elbow is down, the ball is not yet at the goal line.
So that's what appears to be. They'll put it just inside the 1. As you said, Rich, it's a 1st down, too. So
Kevin Randall, our referee this afternoon. What an assignment for these officials, this Army-Navy game. And they're feeling, if not the pressure, the opportunity with so many fans just charged up. Every time we step aside for a break on the field, it's spirit videos. Now we'll have a determination.
After review, the ruling on the field has changed. The runner was short of the goal line. It will be 1st and goal, Navy at the 1-foot line.
So the cheering you're hearing, of course, not a touchdown, but it's going to be a 1st and goal for Navy at the half-yard line. So the Navy offense will be summoned back onto the field, and Blake Horvath might need to wait just a bit more now coming into the Navy huddle.
You mentioned about Army's defense so good in the red zone. The opponents have only scored touchdowns 45% of the time. That leads FBS football. You look at Navy's offense, they score 80% of the time touchdowns when they're in the red zone. So we'll see, will they give it to Horvath or will they get it to that fullback to try and get in the end zone?
And remember, 1 year ago was a goal line stand from the 2-yard line at the end of the Army-Navy game up in Foxborough. 1st and goal for Navy inside the Army 1. Horvath calling out signals, leaps on the quarterback sneak, waiting for a signal. Touchdown, Navy, number 14 on the season for Blake Horvath. He goes in from 1 yard out, and the Midshipmen strike first. 8 minutes and 56 seconds left in this opening quarter in Landover, Maryland.
So Horvath got way up in the air. I thought they got him originally, but he really jetted, and yeah, he did. He crossed the goal line before he got hit there, as Army went beef that time along the defensive line and just couldn't hold him out.
Nathan Kirkwood on to attempt the extra point, 43 of 47 on the season. Riley Reithman will hold it. Rain Fry is the long snapper. Snap, ball is down, and the kick is up, and the PAT is through. So Army, in a place they haven't been very often this season, trailing in a ball game. Just over 6 minutes taken off the clock. Navy, the first points on the board in the Army-Navy game, leading the Black Knights 7-0. It'll be Army's turn to touch the football when we come back. You're listening to Black Knights College Football right here on the Army Sports Network from Learfield.
Is there any trip more delightfully unpredictable than a road trip? After all, who knows where the road will take you? Who knows where you'll stay? Will it be that no-name hotel that says no to every request?
No, you'll have to find the elevators yourself.
Or maybe the one with the extra stale Danish for breakfast. I think I broke a tooth. When you want a place you can always rely on wherever the road takes you, it matters where you stay.
Welcome to Hampton by Hilton. Don't forget about our free hot breakfast.
Hilton, for the stay.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Yeah, there are so many football games streaming this season. Can Xfinity Internet handle it?
Oh, we know the game is only live once, so we built a network with all-pro speeds and low lag so you don't miss a snap.
So I can yell, "He's open!" when he's actually open?
Yeah, but the quarterback still can't hear you.
Xfinity gives you a super fast connection to the game. Stream live sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed. Streaming content limited to the U.S.
You're listening to the Army Black Knights Football Radio Network on 92.5 FM in Kingston, 96.5 FM in Beacon, and 94.3 FM in Peekskill.
Tony Marino back with you, Northwest Stadium in Landover, Maryland, the site of the 125th meeting between Army and Navy. Navy breaks out with an opening drive touchdown and have a 7-0 lead on that scoring drive for Navy. Injured for Army was defensive lineman Cody Harris-Miller. Game was stopped. Miller did walk off the field under his own power. The good news is he's out of the medical tent. He is on a bike. The training staff is with him. I would put him right now as questionable for a return, but he looks pretty good on the bike, seems ready as far as his helmet's next to him, so if he was called, he could go back out there. Now let's get to the scoring recap in Dean Darling.
All right, thanks, Tone, and it does occur on the first series of the game for Navy. Army kicks the ball out of bounds, so Navy picks it up at the 35, and on a third down situation, they pull up a 31-yard screen pass to Alex Teska. He brings it down to the Army 22. 12 plays, 65 yards, 1-yard touchdown dive. Blake Horvath, that's his 14th touchdown of the year. The extra point has Navy out front 7-0. MCORD proud partner of Army. West Point Athletics happened at 8:56 of the opening quarter.
And Army trailing in a football game. Outside of the Notre Dame game, Army's trailed for just 90 seconds. That occurred against North Texas in early November, and then a little bit against UTSA in late November. Lance Gossett said to boot it away for Navy. 2 out-of-bounds kickoffs in 56 on the season. Miles Stewart and Tyrell Robinson back deep for the Black Knights. And here comes the boot by Gossett. A good leg into it. Robinson calls for a fair catch and makes it at the 4-yard line. The Army offense will begin 1st and 10 at its own 25-yard line, led by the American Athletic Conference Offensive Player of the Year, and who finished 6th in the Heisman Trophy voting. Bryson Daly, 29 rushing touchdowns on the season, nearly 1,500 yards on the ground, 8 more scores through the air. The Army offensive line, the Joe Moore Award, given to the nation's top offensive line. Connor Finucane, Bill Katsianis, Brady Small, Paolo Gennarelli, and Lucas Scott. Kanye Udo begins the game as the running back to the left of Daly. Hayden Reed at 1 wide receiver. And Noah Short and David Crossan in the game as well. Reed in motion. Here's a handoff. Udo on 1st down, straight ahead, lowers his helmet out near the 30-yard line, then taken down in a pile of white jerseys, led by Rayon Lane, the defensive back. He's a good one. Lane, the bandit, back deep along with Mbidi Williams Jr., Deshaun Peel, and Andrew Duhart are the corners. Justin Reed, Landon Robinson, Griffin Willis, a very good defensive line. Kenneth McShann, Colin Ramos, Kyle Jacob, and Luke Pierce are the linebackers for Navy, a very stout defensive front. That's a gain of 5 on first down. 2nd and 5 for Army from its own 30. Black Knights trailing at 7-0. Short and Reed are the receivers. High snap. Daly has it, runs straight ahead, muscling his way near a first down and brought down and sandwiched near the first down marker at about the 34-yard line. Pierce made the tackle for the Mids.
Yeah, and again, that's just typical Army fashion where they went to Udo, who has had really a strong second half of the year. He had 88 yards as a freshman against this Navy defense, and then followed up with the Daly run up the gut.
So it's 3rd and 1. 3rd and about a half yard for Army. Opening series of downs for the Black Knights. Midway through this opening quarter, Navy on top 7-0. Daly waiting with Udo, the deep back. It's a quarterback sneak. Daly hit in the backfield, though, able to shake free and lunge forward. And it appears he was able to pick up the first down. Jordan Reed had the initial hit, and Daly was able to just squirt through the arms of Reed to pull forward and pick up about a yard.
Yeah, Jordan Reed, as you said, came off the left side, got him on his right side, kind of pushed him a little bit, and then a leap across the sticks for the first down.
We see Casey Reynolds in the game for the first time. Army going trips right, 1 receiver left. Now checking out of it with Reynolds lining up as receiver left, and Reed and Short the slots. With Udo, the deep back, here on 1st and 10. Handoff, Udo off right tackle. He's pulled back. Oh, Pierce got 2 arms around Udo. Pulled him straight back. A gain of just 1 out near the 36-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 9.
Yeah, this is a good defense from Navy. In fact, they've been building this defense for a while. Their head coach, Newberry, used to be the DC there, and then he took over the head coaching job. But, yeah, they got great defensive principles and sets up Army for the 2nd and long.
Pierce had 9 tackles and a sack against Army last season. Montesi lines up as a receiver, way out to the left side. Ball on the right hash. 2nd and 9 for Army from its own 36. Short in motion, fake end around. Daly runs it right, gets through 1 defender, and then stood up and driven down at about the 38-yard line. Army looking for a little bit of misdirection. Ramos made the tackle along with Jacob and kind of gave Daly a little shove there.
He did.
As Daly got out. It'll be 3rd and long.
Daly looked back at him and said, "What's up, man? What? Why are you pushing me after the play? You're going to get that. You're going to get after the whistle."
And Deshaun Peel getting a little animated as well. Daly, it appears, has a cut on his hand, on his left hand, maybe from that run, and some contact. 3rd and 7 for Army. A tight formation. Now they check out of it into the shotgun with Udo to the left of Daly, a receiver to either side. High snap, Daly back to throw, looking. He's it deep down the left side, and nobody home, incomplete. Reed was the receiver going out in that direction, but he was tangled up in coverage. Rayon Lane was there, and it looked like there was some jostling back and forth, and Army is going to have to punt the ball away.
Justin Reed applied severe pressure that time on Daly. That's why he had to throw it, and he just threw it to an area. He didn't throw it to a receiver. As you said, somehow the receivers got caught up, and now Army forced the punt.
James Wagonseller coming on to punt. He did not punt 1 week ago in the American Athletic Conference Championship game. Army with a no punt, no penalty, no turnover game. And Rayon Lane waits back at his 25. Here comes the kick. It's an end-over-end kick, and Lane's going to field it at the 24. Runs right, spins around, and Army does a great job special teams. He might have even lost a yard on that return, as coming up with the special teams tackle for the Black Knights, Christopher Williams, the backup safety. So Navy will begin 1st and 10 at its own 23-yard line with the lead when we come back. 5:20 left opening quarter here in Landover, Maryland. Navy 7, Army nothing. You're listening to Black Knights College Football right here on the Army Sports Network from Learfield.
The American Legion is proud to be an associate sponsor of the Army-Navy game, presented by USAA. As the first veteran service organization to sponsor America's game in its 125-year history, we're honored to support these student athletes who are dedicated to defending our freedoms. With over 1.6 million members, the Legion is committed to serving veterans and service members, supporting communities, and preventing veteran suicide through our Be the One initiative. Learn more and join us at legion.org.
Duke Cannon makes grooming goods for men, like our thick body wash, big bricks of soap, various beard goods, deodorants, and colognes. Plus, a portion of all proceeds benefit United States veterans through our Veterans Fund. With hardworking products and a heart for people who served, it's no wonder folks feel right at home in Duke Cannon country. Find our products at dukecannon.com, Walmart, Target, Amazon, or your local hardware store. Duke Cannon. Work harder, smell better.
You're listening to the Army Black Knights Football Radio Network on 92.5 FM in Kingston, 96.5 FM in Beacon, and 94.3 FM in Peekskill.
Your West Point PX is the place to go to score big with military exclusive pricing and tax-free savings. Stop by your West Point Exchange to find out more. And join Eisenhower Hall Theater, the Hudson Valley's premier performing arts center, celebrating its 50th season. Eisenhower Hall Theater, where Broadway plays, musicals, and concerts are standard fare. For updated season info and ticket sales, visit ikehall.com. That's ikehall.com. Colonel Greg Gadsden, Colonel retired Greg Gadsden, being shown on the video board here at Northwest Stadium. A double amputee, former Army football player, has done so much and told his message, impacted so many people with Gary Sinise out on the field and two of the many luminaries, dignitaries here at the 125th Army-Navy game presented by USAA. Navy's got the ball back, Dean, and Army in a little bit of a precarious position we have not seen much at all this season.
It's a situation where how do they handle the adversity? It's early in the ball game. Army's only had one offensive series. It's a feeling out process. Got to give Navy credit because Navy's defense did a good job there against Army after just giving them the one first down. But I'll tell you what, Navy showed me a lot on that offensive maneuvering, the way they came down the field. That screen pass was the ultimate play where they showed Army so many different looks, and then they get Teska rambling down the right sideline, eventually got him to the 22, and they punched it in. So we'll see how Army makes the adjustments here with Navy pinned deep in their own end.
So Navy will begin 1st and 10 at their own 23-yard line, and already helping Navy on that opening possession with the opening kickoff going out of bounds. So Navy began at its own 35. Velez, the receiver, to the left side. And out to the right side, Brandon Chapman. The back in the backfield is Heidenreich. And here's the handoff to Heidenreich. Cuts left and not much going on. Buried by Fortner at about the 28-yard line. Ends up picking up 5, maybe 6 yards on the play. It'll be 2nd down and 4.
Heidenreich, he's one of those all-around athletes. When you talk to Coach Nate Woody about him, he said he's a fabulous athlete. He can do it all. He's got good legs under him. He catches the ball real well. Tremendous speed.
2nd down, we'll call it 5. And here's a handoff on the end around. Here's Heidenreich across the 30-yard line and then runs into a wall of Black Knights on the near numbers. Taken down about 2 yards short of the first down. Keith at the bottom of that pile along with Trey Sophia. And good to see Sophia being active early on in this game. 3rd down and short, 3rd and 2 for the Mids from their own 32.
The other thing Nate said when I talked to him this week, he said angles. We got to take correct angles to the ball carriers to make the proper tackling technique.
And Winokur in there at nose tackle with Cody Harris-Miller on the sideline, still getting treatment after an injury on the first series. Horvath going to run it on 3rd and 2. Runs off right tackle, has the first down, then stumbles his way and rolls forward right around the 38-yard line. Horvath is so shifty and can do so many things with the motion, able to pick up that first down, and the Mids move the chains.
So the story on Horvath, he got 1 start in 4 games, and unfortunately the game he got the start in, he injured his non-throwing hand, his thumb. He had to get an operation on it, so he was on the shelf for the rest of the season. But he came back, he claimed the job in the spring, and ever since that time he's been good, other than when he's been injured.
Pistol formation on first down for Navy from its own 38. With Teska back in the game. Amin Hassan, one receiver out to the left side. And takes the snap off the ground. Here comes the pitch left, goes through the hands of Hassan, then covered up by Horvath back at the 22-yard line. So Amin Hassan couldn't hold on to that pitch. And when you say Amin Hassan and you're an Army fan, you think back to the botched punt return in last year's Army-Navy game, which was ruled that Hassan did not touch it and muff it and could have been a game-changing play, and a big loss for Navy. It's 2nd and 24.
That was a pretty bad pitch, Rich, there by Horvath. That was up above his shoulder pad. He would have had to make a nice catch on that. And Horvath had the presence of mind, get over there and scramble, get on the ball.
It's a loss of 14 back to the 24-yard line. Tight formation, one receiver out to the right side. Horvath hands off, straight ahead. Tesco, who stumbles his way across the 30. That could have been a big gain, and is brought down, marked down right at the 31. So a 7-yard pickup. It'll be 3rd and 16. Andon Thomas, first time we've said his name, makes the tackle.
Andon Thomas has had a fabulous year in his junior year, Liberty Hill, Texas. Tremendous student, a 3.98 GPA, and led Army in tackles coming into this game.
Thomas has had a terrific year. 3rd and long, 3rd and 16. An opportunity for this Army defense. 4 wide for the Mids, 2 to either side. Horvath works out of the gun with Teska to his right. Low snap, back to throw, and Horvath now going to run with it. 30-yard line, going far sideline, being cut off by Keith and then buried by Larkin as well, right at that 36-yard line, well short of the first down. And credit the Army defense, they'll get the ball back on a punt.
Their pursuit that time on their left side was really good, and there were really no gaps for Horvath to jump through. So now they have to punt for the first time, and Reithman is an excellent punter, and they're going to send out Tyrell Robinson to return it.
And Reithman averaging 46 yards per punt, had a 68-yard punt against Notre Dame at the Meadowlands. Tyrell Robinson waits back at his 20-yard line. We'll see if Army comes after it. Here comes the snap. Army's coming. They don't get to it. A spiraling kick, and Robinson lets it bounce at the 28-yard line. Takes a good Navy roll inside the 15 and then rolls dead at the 11. So Army will begin deep in its own territory for its second drive of this Army-Navy game. 72 seconds left in the opening quarter. Navy 7, Army nothing. When we come back, you're listening to Black Knights College Football right here on the Army Sports Network from Learfield.
You've seen the headline.
Greetings from Daytona, where a band of dreamers took a strip of beach and turned it into a proving ground. The Great American Race, where year after year, greatness is the destination.
Drivers, start your engines, let's go! Yeah!
So book your experience and soak in 500 miles of history and tradition. The Daytona 500, February 16th, 2025. Secure your seats now at Daytona500.com.
Is there any trip more delightfully unpredictable than a road trip? After all, who knows where the road will take you? Who knows where you'll stay? Will it be that no-name hotel that says no to every request?
No, you'll have to find the elevators yourself.
Or maybe the one with the extra stale Danish for breakfast.
I think I broke a tooth.
When you want a place you can always rely on wherever the road takes you, it matters where you stay.
Welcome to Hampton by Hilton. Don't forget about our free hot breakfast.
Hilton, for the stay.
5 FM in Beacon and 94.3 FM in Peekskill.
Army football brought to you by West Point Family and MWR. FMWR offers horse boarding, golfing, skiing, catering, camping, and many more activities and programs. Visit westpoint.armymwr.com for more information. And Army West Point Athletics and the United States Military Academy would like to recognize its Team Army partners, industry leaders such as Stryker, Coca-Cola, Amcor, The Exchange, USAA, and CBS Sports Network, whose values and beliefs are in line with those of the Academy. Because of the generosity of Team Army members, cadet athletes are ensured of a tremendous athletic experience. Good punt by Riley Reithman. 53 yards, pins Army at its own 11-yard line. The Black Knights get the ball for the second time, trailing 7-0 to Navy, and 1:12 left in this opening quarter.
And Joe, Rich, you mentioned about the Joe Moore Award awarded last night for the best offensive line in the nation. It's up to those guys right now to wedge this ball out and get some kind of momentum and rhythm. Get their quarterback's legs involved. Daly had like 3 carries, 7 yards in the first series, but Got to get him on track.
And they bring in another offensive lineman in a running back number, Jake Rendina, the fullback, to the right of Daly, who works out of the gun. 2 receivers, 1 to either side. Now short in motion, left to right. Fake end around. Daly hit as he throws deep downfield for Reed, overthrown, incomplete. And Reed had a beat on Deshaun Peel, the defensive back. Colin Ramos had the pressure on Daly, hit him as he threw. It'll be 2nd down and 10.
Yeah, Colin Ramos is so good at what he does. And again, that's twice Daly's tried to throw, and he felt pressure. Pass protection has not been true just yet. Reed did have an open lane down that field.
And he had a beat. If that ball was on the money, could have been a big play. Udo comes in as the deep back. Tight formation for Army on 2nd and 10. And now the Black Knights check out to 4 receivers. Bunch to the right side, empty backfield. Daly out of the gun, quick throw, it's short, picks it off the ground, 15-yard line, cuts back and then buried near the sideline on this near side. And B.D. Williams, along with Luke Pierce, making the tackle. Ramos there as well. It'll be 3rd down and 6 for Army from its own 16-yard line.
That was a fastball from Daly right here on the near sideline. It was really low, and he didn't get all of his hands on it, but Short did a good job carrying it.
And now the officials stop the clock with 42 seconds left in this opening quarter.
The previous play is under further review. The ruling on the field is a completed catch.
The throw was low. We mentioned Short had to take it off the ground. Not literally. It was a low throw that he picked up. And from the replay we see up here, I don't know if it's enough, Dean, to overturn.
No, he caught the ball, Rich, and he had the 2 palms of his hands at the end of the football.
It's a good catch.
He was squeezing it, and then he eventually got it back into the proper hand formation.
And they're showing it on the video board in the stadium.
He did a wonderful job catching that ball. And then he was able to gather it and then pick up about 3 yards.
After review, the ruling on the field is confirmed. It was a completed catch for a 1st down. The clock will start on the ready for play.
So 42 seconds. Army's going to have to.
Correction, it's 3rd down. 3rd down. 3rd down.
So Army will have to get a snap off, at least one before the end of this quarter. And they spot the ball across the 16-yard line. So 3rd down and closer to 5 for Army, but still a big, big play for the Black Knights to move the chains. Daly working out of the pistol. A receiver to either side. Army going unbalanced to the right with Finucane at that extra right tackle. Casey Reynolds in that left slot. Short in motion, left to right behind the formation. Fake handoff to Udo. Now it's short near side, 15-yard line. Cuts back to the 20. Has the 1st down as he lunges forward to the 22-yard line. That was a big, big run by Noah Short to move the chains. Kyle Jacob makes the tackle. Army now can take it to the end of the 1st quarter if they want with a fresh set of downs.
And Rich, that wasn't your normal pitch out. That was like a shot put coming out of Daly. He just wanted to rush it and get it out to the corner.
And now it appears the officials might be looking at this play. Clock is stopped with 8 seconds left in the quarter. And now a referee, Kevin Randall, is now talking to the Army players in the sideline huddle. And it appears they're going to come out and measure for the 1st down. You hardly see this anymore, Dean Darling. We're dinosaurs when it comes to measuring for 1st downs.
And it is the Army chain gang that's here today.
And you know a couple of members of that chain gang, Dean.
I do, and they yelled out my name when we were standing in line to get in today.
I think this is easily a 1st down, Dean.
Yeah, I don't understand these stoppages so early in the ball game. It's going to be close. Oh.
It's going to be 4th and about a foot. He didn't get there. We talked about it being a 3rd and 5 instead of a 3rd and 6. The way the chains were on the far side of the field, which it's unofficial where they're sitting, made it appear he only had to get to the 21. Army with 8 seconds left in the quarter. The clock should start on ready for play, so Army should be able to take this into the 2nd quarter to decide what they're going to do. I don't believe Army has to snap the ball. The Navy defense come back on the field, and the final seconds tick off to end the first quarter of play. So the teams will switch sides. Army will think about 4th and a foot from its own 21-yard line. We have come to the end of the first quarter of the 125th Army-Navy game, presented by USAA. Navy 7, Army nothing. We're now joined on the broadcast by John Richardson, a senior vice president with USAA, overseeing military affairs, but most importantly, a graduate of West Point. USAA, a financial services organization that's been serving the military community and their families for more than 100 years, is the presenting sponsor of the Army-Navy game. John, it's great to have you join us today.
Well, it's great to be here, Rich.
You've been to this game countless times as a cadet, alumni. Now on behalf of USAA, what is it you look forward to most each year?
Well, the Army-Navy game is just a classic rivalry, and it's a rivalry about respect. In this era of divisiveness, and a few weeks ago we saw some rivalries go south. And what makes this rivalry different is the amount of respect that the two sides have. They go smash-mouth football for 60 minutes, but when that whistle ends, we're all on the same team.
John, tell our listeners why USAA is such a strong supporter of the Army-Navy game and the military academy.
Well, USA was established by the military for the military, and we have shared values, and those are the values that are played out on the field. And the two things that we have in common, the service academies in USA, is we strive for excellence when we do our everyday job.
This is one of the great events each year. What do you think sets Army-Navy apart from other college football games?
Well, I think it goes back to this idea of mutual respect. It's a rivalry that revolves around respect. And so at the end of the day, at the end of the game, when these young men and women raise their right hand to defend the nation, they do it as one team.
John, appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's John Richardson, USAA Senior Vice President and West Point graduate, joining our broadcast today. USAA is the presenting sponsor of the Army-Navy game as we are at the end of the opening quarter. Army trailing Navy 7-0. Rich DeMarco, Dean Darling, Joe Beckerly, and Tony Marino. The Black Knights, Dean, as we begin this second quarter, are going to be faced with quite a decision. 4th and a foot from their own 21-yard line.
Yeah, and what do you think the decision is going to be, Rich? Because I kind of already know what that situation is going to be.
I'll just go on record, as I say every time on these short yardages, the push play. Let's go down to the field and Tony Marino.
Guys, let's do the math here, right? The most outstanding offensive line in the country. Heisman candidate, finished 6th in the voting as quarterback. I think the math says the reason that Bryson Dale and that Army offense is on the field right now, and you can see Jeff Munkin in the center of that. They were looking at the iPads, guy, preparing for this. I thought for a second maybe they were looking at the spot, challenging the spot, but I think they're looking at stuff on that defensive front there for Navy to see if there's any gaps they can find here. All they need is, like you said, less than half a yard here. The question is, can they get that yard here on 4th down?
Dean, we're used to Army-Navy games where it's Army seemingly being under the radar. Navy with Malcolm Perry, Keenan Reynolds, the accolades. Roles have been reversed this year, and we talked a lot during the week. It was Navy under the radar. This is a good defense, a very explosive offense. They were under the radar this week.
And this is a good football team, and especially with their defense. It's in tight. It's your call, Rich.
First play of the second quarter, 4th and a foot for Army from its own 21-yard line. Daly waiting off left tackle, pushes into the pile. It looks like he got there. We're not going to make any promises, especially from the near side. He did get it and moves the chains. Army with the first big play of the game for the Black Knights are able to convert on 4th and a foot. And the Black Knights have a fresh set of downs from its own 22-yard line.
Saw the linesman come rushing in and was pointing for the sticks to move. That's always a good indication. And, well, they got done what they had to get done. Yes.
You'd love to hear a grind-out Army drive here. 1st and 10 for the Black Knights from their own 22-yard line. Tyrell Robinson in motion. Handoff Udo hit in the backfield and brought down for a loss. Taken down at the 20-yard line. Some pushing taking place downfield. Tackle for loss, Landon Robinson.
Landon Robinson's one of the keys coming into the game. He's so quick. This is a guy that has run 2 successful fake punts this year. He also participates in the special teams. He's a freak athlete. And again, just a guy that went in between the A and the B gap and jumped into the backfield to make the hit.
6th tackle for loss this season for Landon Robinson. Now Daly goes under center. Army checks out of the shotgun. Udo the deep back here on 2nd down and 11. Just underway, 2nd quarter. Army trailing 7-0. Daly waiting. Straight back to throw. Now going to run with it. Spins ahead and was taken down at right about the 24-yard line. Credit Kyle Jacob. He was almost as if he was spying Bryson Daly and let him get free.
Kyle Jacob is a guy that didn't get to play in last year's Army-Navy game because he had been injured previous to that. So he's getting his first taste of it, and he did a good job wrapping him up. And again, he's the Mike linebacker for Navy.
Another 3rd and long for Army. 3rd and 8 for the Black Knights from their own 24-yard line. 2 minutes gone by, 2nd quarter. Army trailing it 7-0 from the right hash. Daly out of the shotgun, sends a man in motion, fakes the end around. Daly back to throw, steps up, hit as he throws down the right sideline. Intercepted at the 45-yard line by Deshaun Peel. Casey Reynolds took him down immediately. And for Bryson Daly, just his 2nd interception of this 2024 season, and it's Navy with the first turnover of the Army-Navy game. They will take over at the Black Knights 45.
He just forced it. He got antsy, and he tried to force the situation. He had backside pressure coming, and he felt it, and he stepped right in front of Reynolds. And Casey Reynolds just couldn't get to the ball.
It's Navy with all the momentum in this one, as the Mids take over at the Black Knights officially 44-yard line with 12:45 left in the 2nd quarter and a 7-0 lead. We'll have more from Northwest Stadium in Landover, Maryland in just a moment. You're listening to Black Knights College Football right here on the Army Sports Network from Learfield.
The holidays. A time filled with joy, laughter, and a whole lot of family. And while we may not always agree on everything when we get together, the one thing we can agree on is the conversation-stopping power of Mom's Herb Seasoned Rib Roast. Together, we bring more. Start your holiday season at beefitswhatsfordinner.com. Funded by Beef Farmers and Ranchers.
Mass Mutual knows that finances can lead to uncomfortable conversations.
We should talk about our finances.
Sure. How about Friday evening?
Soccer practice. Saturday morning?
Soccer game. Maybe Wednesday night?
Girls' night. How about Thursday?
Guys' night.
Let me see your phone. So next time we're both free is 3 months from now.
According to calendar.com, the average American schedules less than 4.5 hours a year for finances. Your finances deserve more. Go to massmutual.com today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
You're listening to the Army Black Knights Football Radio Network on 92.5 FM in Kingston, 96.5 FM in Beacon, and 94.3 FM in Peekskill.
Army football brought to you by PenFed. Great rates for everyone. Visit PenFed.org to learn more. And Army West Point Athletics is brought to you by the GM Military Appreciation Program. Get a special offer on Chevrolet vehicles at gmmilitaryappreciation.com. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification across the Army Sports Network from Learfield.
Join me, Dusty Dvorak, and Danny Cannell Monday morning at 6 Eastern as we break down all the action from the weekend on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
FM in Beacon and 94.3 FM in Peekskill.
Rich DeMarco, Dean Darling, Joe Beckerly, and Tony Marino back at Northwest Stadium, Landover, Maryland, the 125th Army-Navy game. Presented by USAA. Tough start for the Black Knights, trailing 7-0. And for just the 2nd time all season, Bryson Daly being intercepted in Army territory. Mids take over. 1st and 10 at the Black Knights 44.
Deshaun Peel with the interception. That's his 10th career interception. Came into the game with a total of 4 to lead him. And he had 2 against Charlotte and returned both of those, Rich, for touchdowns. So Army was fortunate there that they made the tackle after the interceptions. A shaky start so far for the Army offense. The defense put in a precarious situation, but they've been there all year long. See how they react to this just inside midfield.
And good news for Army. Cody Harris-Miller, who left the game in the first quarter with a lower body injury, back on the field for Army. Horvath out of the shotgun on 1st and 10, sends a man in motion and fakes the handoff to Teska. Now runs it to the 40-yard line and taken down right at about the 39. Chance Keith had to come up and make the tackle. The Black Knights secondary making a lot of tackles early on in this game. That's not a good sign.
Yeah, Larkin especially. He's come up quite often from that safety spot. And again, they're showing Army a lot of eyewash to try and get Army off, and then they run back the quarterback.
It's 2nd and 5, play fake. Horvath rolling to his right. Plenty of time. Now is going to run left and run with it. 40-yard line, far sideline 35. Has the first out of the 30-yard line, 25-yard line, and then finally run out of bounds inside the Army 20-yard line at the Black Knights 18.
Yeah, Horvath, 4 times this year, he's been over 100 yards out of Hilliard, Ohio, and he recognized it. He wanted to throw the ball off the right side of the pocket, realized everything's jammed up, and then he saw a little bit of a gap. Army was protecting out on the edge, so he jumped into the gap and picked up perfect yards.
A 21-yard run after the Black Knights coverage forced him to run. So for the second time today, Navy in the Army red zone. 1st and 10 for the Mids from the Black Knights 18. 2 receivers left. Horvath working out of the pistol. A man in motion left to right. That's Heidenreich. Snap coming. Fake handoff. Horvath throws on the run. Left sideline. And it's a touchdown. Jogging into the end zone. Brandon Chapman, the junior. His 4th receiving touchdown of the season. And Navy is back on the scoreboard with 11 minutes, 30 seconds left in the second quarter.
So the interception comes back to haunt him at the 44. And quickly they put it in the end zone. And Horvath, he's the difference right now in the ball game. He's got the big 22-yard run, and then he runs to the left, and then a little bit of a pop pass to Chapman, left corner.
And Chapman all alone as Army didn't have the coverage that came up, beat the man coming out of the backfield, and it's a 2-touchdown lead for the Mids. And on to attempt the extra point, Nathan Kirkwood. Snap ball is down, the kick is up, and it's through. Tough start for the Black Knights. Just outside of Washington, D.C., here in the 125th Army-Navy game. Navy taking a 14-0 lead, 3 minutes and 30 seconds into this second quarter. We will have more coming up from Northwest Stadium in just a moment. You're listening to Black Knights College Football right here on the Army Sports Network from Learfield.
Attention veterans. You can shop tax-free for life. Come home to your military exchanges for tax-free shopping, exclusive pricing, and free shipping options. 100% of earnings go back to military communities, keeping today's military ready and resilient. You served. You sacrificed. You earned this benefit. Visit shopmyexchange.com/vets to shop and save today.
At USAA, we know the best way to serve our members is by building the best team. So we're looking for talented people like you to join us. From claims and finance to tech and beyond. But it's not just skill sets and impressive resumes we're looking for. It's the unique qualities that everyone at USAA shares and the passion to make a real difference for our members. Search USAAjobs.com and find out what we're made of.
USAA Equal Opportunity Employer.
You're listening to the Army Black Knights Football Radio Network on 92.5 FM in Kingston, 96.5 FM in Beacon, and 94.3 FM in Peekskill.
Army fans, even though you can't be at the game, you still can enhance your game day experience from home with our digital program featuring up-to-date matchup comparisons, stats, rosters, and more. Check out GoArmyWestPoint.com and our social media channels to access this weekend's program. And ankle pain keeping you on the sidelines, get back in the game. Stryker's ankle replacement solutions can help restore your range of motion. Learn more at Stryker.com/WestPoint. Tough spot for Army. Black Knights coming in 11-1, the newly minted American Athletic Conference champions. It's been a buzzsaw for Navy to begin this game 14-0 as Blake Horvath has made it happen on the opening 2 scores for the Midshipmen.
And again, it was the Army interception thrown by Bryson Daly, only the 2nd this year, 8th of his career. Deshaun Peel on the pickoff. That's his 5th interception of the year, and they turned it into points on an 18-yard touchdown pass. Horvath to Brandon Chapman, and that is number 12 for Horvath, number 4 for Chapman. Just prior to that, Horvath had a beautiful run down to the 18-yard line and had Army playing on its heels after the interception by the offense.
Lance Gossett set to boot it away. Back deep, Tyrell Robinson and Miles Stewart. It was a touchback on the last kickoff by Gossett. A good leg into it to the far corner. Will this one bounce out of bounds? And it will. So Army catching a break. Just the 3rd out-of-bounds kickoff for Lance Gossett in 58 kickoffs this season. So the Black Knights will be given good field position at its own 35-yard line to begin this drive.
A lot better than when they last started out and had to get a key 4th down on a 4th and less than 1. They got that, but then they threw the interception. But as you said, well, they give it back, and now Army's got a chance here with the ball at the 35.
The Army offensive line last night surprised at the team hotel, the JW Marriott in Washington, D.C., with the Joe Moore Award given to the nation's top offensive line. Dean, you mentioned it before Army's last drive. Need this offensive line to come up and give Army a ground time consuming drive. Daly out of the shotgun, running right on 1st down in a crowd across that 35-yard line in a pile near the 37, 38-yard line. Justin Reed making the tackle. Reed's someone who beefed up during his time at Annapolis, turned into a very good defensive end.
Yeah, and then you combine him with Landon Robinson, who is very agile, going to his left and right. They were trying to double team him that time with the left guard in the center and small, but they're just kind of clogging things up.
Cam Schur on the field for the first time today. He's one receiver out to the left side. Noah Short right side. 2nd and 7 for Army from its own 38-yard line. Short in motion and takes the end around. Noah Short cuts back 35-yard line to the 40. Tripped up across the 45 and down at the Army 48-yard line. Rayon Lane made the tackle. That could have gone a long way had Rayon Lane not made the play. And Noah Short, good to see him picking up a 1st down for the Black Knights.
Well, he has been involved in several big plays this year. When you look at Army's explosive plays, that's anything 30 yards and above. He's been involved in 7 of those and had a really good start to the season. Cooled off a little bit and now trying to finish up strong here.
1st and 10 for Army from its own 47. From the left hash, Udo the deep back. A tight formation for the Black Knights. Short in motion behind the formation. Handoff Udo straight ahead, runs into a wall, then sandwiched near the 50-yard line. A gain of 3. That'll bring up 2nd down and 7. Landon Robinson had the initial contact. Kenneth McShann in there as well.
Yeah, when you look at Udo and his production this year, it's been spectacular. 1,000-yard rusher for him as well, obviously, as Daly. Comes in averaging 6.4 yards a carry. Rich, you've mentioned several times this year, as the game grows on and he gets more carries, he gets better.
And we saw that last Friday night against Tulane in the AAC title game. Daly works out of the gun here on 2nd and 7 from midfield. One receiver out to the right side, Udo to his left. Daly's going to run with it, and the pressure comes, and Daly taken down for a loss. It was Justin Reed who was able to penetrate through, take Daly back to the 48-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and 9.
You mentioned about he gained some weight. He gained 7 pounds in the offseason. He's a 2nd-team all-conference player, and he's having his way right now in that interior defensive line. He is slicing and getting into Army's backfield, and there's really nothing for Daly. There's just no daylight where he can start making maneuvers.
They give Daly forward progress to the 49, so it's 3rd and 8 for Army, down 14-0, 8:40 left in the 2nd quarter. From the Black Knights' 49-yard line. Short the receiver out to the left side. Samari Howard in motion right to left. Pistol formation. Handoff Udo running right. Cuts back and hit hard at the 47-yard line. Could not shake free and will be brought down there. Get forward progress out near the 46. It'll be 4th down and about 3. Griffin Willis, who's the unsung member of that defensive line, the youngster, just the sophomore from Austin, Texas. It'll be 4th and 3, and Jeff Munkin's going to leave the offense on the field.
And then he sent in some new troops as well to make the call, and this is a dicey situation, down already 14-0.
So Army will go trips right, one receiver left, empty backfield. 4th and 3 for Army from the Navy 46-yard line. Trailing 14-0. A man in motion right to left is Reed, and the play clock was running down.
Navy called timeout.
Didn't run out.
Navy, that is their first. It'll be a full timeout.
Brian Newberry, the Navy head coach who made his bones with the Mids as defensive coordinator starting in 2019, really the mastermind of this defense. So Navy will talk things over. It'll be 4th and 3 for Army from the Mids 46 when we come back. 7:50 left second quarter here at Northwest Stadium in Landover, Maryland. The 125th Army-Navy game. Black Knights trailing the Midshipmen 14-0. You're listening to Black Knights College Football right here on the Army Sports Network from Learfield.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Yeah, there are so many football games streaming this season. Can Xfinity Internet handle it?
Oh, we know the game is only live once, so we built a network with all-pro speeds and low lag so you don't miss a snap.
So I can yell, "He's open!" when he's actually open?
Yeah, but the quarterback still can't hear you.
Xfinity gives you a super fast connection to the game. Stream live sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed. Streaming content limited to the U.S.
If you're a big sports fan like me, sometimes the best part about watching a football game are the pre- and post-game shows. Well, it's the same for probiotics. The most important part of probiotics are the prebiotics and postbiotics that come along. Not all probiotics have this superior combination. That's why I only buy Dr. Ohhira's probiotics. You see, prebiotics feed the probiotic colonies in your intestines, and postbiotics are the organic nutrients produced by Dr. Ohhira's 3-year fermentation process that become the foundation for long-term colonization of the good bacteria in your body. This is so important. No other probiotic formula has this. As I get older, I want to protect my health the best I can and use only the best supplements that are available. So score a touchdown for your health. Get Dr. Ohhira's probiotics today.
Touchdown! Dr. Ohhira's probiotics. Available at Sprouts, Natural Grocers, Whole Foods, Vitamin Shop, and other natural health retailers nationwide. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Find out what channel your team is playing on by going to SiriusXM.com/sports.
Once the games are over, relive the biggest plays of the day with me, Denton Day, on College Football Overtime on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Black Knights coming off the Navy timeout will go for it here. 2 receivers out to the right side. Daly working out of the gun with Udo to his right. It's Casey Reynolds and Noah Short, the 2 receivers. Hayden Reed is the one slot to the right. Daly out of the gun. Big play. Rolls to his right. Daly looking. Gets rid of it. Heaves it. Caught far sideline for the first down. It's Casey Reynolds who made the grab at the 27-yard line of Navy and pushed out of bounds. Black Knights rolling the dice. It was Rayon Lane who Reynolds beat, and Army with its best field position of the game.
Rich, that's a very interesting term you said, rolling the dice, because he rolled extremely to his right to get himself out of the pressure situation to step into the throw to his best receiver with the best hands on the team.
And gave it a nice heave to the sideline. 1st and 10 for Army from the Navy, officially 28-yard line. Udo to the left of Daly. Fake handoff. Now Daly going to run with it. Right side cuts back to the 25, tripped up down to the 23. We're sitting right behind the core of cadets in that corner of the stadium. Griffin Willis makes the tackle, and we hear and feel them come alive here as Army with some offensive momentum. Now a 2nd and 5 at the Navy 23.
And again, trying to go back to the middle with their quarterback in a little bit of room. And again, they got to neutralize Landon Robinson. He's at the nose tackle. Keep a close eye on him to see if he shifts a lot. They like to stem and they like to twist a lot.
Army trips left, 1 receiver right. Daly out of the gun. 2nd and 5 from the Navy 23-yard line. Daly takes the snap. Bryson fakes the run, then pops the pass. Hayden Reed at the 10, and he takes it in for the touchdown. Oh, a little bit of trickery from Bryson Daly, and the little pop pass to Hayden Reed, who scores the touchdown, and Army is on the board in the 2024 Army-Navy game.
I feel so good for Hayden Reed, an unsung guy who blocked his tail off last Friday night in the championship game. I asked Coach Cody Worley, he's taken really the reps away from Miles Stewart. He said he's just playing better, and he can play the A, the B, or the C position. And what Great maneuvering that time by Daly as he did take a step in and then the little pop pass. That was a Joe Namath special right there.
Deshaun peeled a couple hands on Reed. Could not take him down. On for the extra point, Trey Granati. And Rhodes gets it down. The kick is up and it's through. Army needed to answer. Down 14-7. And maybe the most precarious spot Army has been in all season outside of the game in Yankee Stadium against Notre Dame, and the Black Knights respond. They're on the board with 6 minutes and 29 seconds left in this second quarter, and you feel and hear the core come alive. That was a solid drive by Army, and the Black Knights benefiting off the out-of-bounds kickoff to drive 65 yards for their first points of the game.
Yeah, think about it, right? Army's kicker knocks it out of bounds. They come down and score to open the game. Navy's kicker kicks it out of bounds. You take possession at the 35, and then, you know what? It got Daly into the game a little bit. They're opening it up for him. He looked good on that pass play to Reynolds, and then the true pop pass, as you said, and he throws a dart over earlier to Reynolds, and then the tremendous little floater over the middle to Hayden Reed. And I said to Cody Worley this week, I said, you know, Hayden Reed, he just works his tail off, and he's getting a lot more reps than Stewart is. And he said he can do so many things, Dean. And right there, we just saw it.
It's interesting, and I was thinking of it before you even said Cody Worley's name just now. We talk a lot during the game about our interactions, talking during the week to the Army coordinators. One thing we've seen out of this Army offense this year is the in-game adjustments, more so than maybe throughout my entire time here at West Point. Cody Worley offensively deserves a lot of credit for that and this Army offense.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly, and he stepped into big shoes. Rich, this is his first Army-Navy game where he's calling plays in the game. I said, you feeling the pressure? He goes, Dean, everybody's feeling the pressure.
Just a joy to talk to Cody Worley and Nate Woody. They've been great to us all season long.
Ditto.
So back deep, Isaiah Bryans, along with William Engel for Navy. Granati set to boot it away right to left. And here comes the kick. A good leg into it. Coming up is Bryant at the 5-yard line. Going to run right on the numbers. Across the 20-yard line. Sandwich, then taken down. A violent hit delivered by Hamilton Baker. Brett Gerino was there as well. So 39 and 36 combined on that tackle. Navy will begin 1st and 10 at its own 25-yard line.
I'm glad you brought up about Gerina, number 36, right, Rich? What a game he had on special teams last week against Tulane. He had 3 tackles on special teams. He had a total of 4 in the game.
We had Army special teams coordinator Sean Saturnio on the coaches show a few weeks back, and the amount of Army players getting their start on special teams, then becoming starters, and still wanting to play special teams is unbelievable. Let's see if Navy can answer. 1st and 10 for the Mids from their own 25-yard line. Daba Fofana in the game for the first time at fullback. Fake end around to Chapman. Horvath will throw now, run with it. 25-yard line and then taken down. Army got Miller, Winokur, and Latour. The 3 defensive linemen taking down Horvath from behind. That's a gain of 5 out near the 30. It'll be 2nd and 5.
And Army gets on the board with an 8-play, 65-yard drive. Reynolds, an 18-yard catch, kept the drive going. And then Bryson Daly, a 23-yard touchdown pass to Hayden Reed. That's how Army has sliced Navy's lead in half. 14-7, Navy.
Receiver to either side. So Fofana in the game. Teska getting his first blow of this game. Horvath working out of the gun. Fofana was the guy at fullback early last year for Navy. And here's the fake end around to Heidenreich. And Horvath runs to the 35-yard line out to the 40. Midfield near sideline. Cuts back and tackled by Casey Larkin at the Army 34-yard line. That is a 36-yard run for Blake Horvath. And just like that, Navy back in Army territory with a 1st down and 10 officially at the Army 33-yard line.
When he gets in open territory and he's got cutback ability, he is tough. And he gets isolated on a linebacker. It's usually his win.
Coming down on 5 minutes left in this second quarter. 125th Army-Navy game here in Landover, Maryland. Navy leading Army 14-7. Heidenreich in motion. Horvath runs left pitch to Heidenreich and tripped up. Oh, great penetration. Casey Larkin popping into the backfield to flip Heidenreich for a loss. Back to the 36-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 13.
Yeah, what a read situation again by Casey Larkin, a New Jersey resident that comes out of that secondary. What a year he's had. A lot of people mystified that he wasn't named to an all-conference team, but playing just lights out throughout this year.
Brielle, New Jersey, down near the Jersey Shore. Casey Larkin. It'll be 2nd and 13 for Navy. Teska back in the game at fullback. A back to either side, Heidenreich to the right of Horvath. 2 receivers right for the Mids. Ball from the left hash, low snap, play fake. Horvath floats it near side and incomplete, well underthrown, intended for Chapman. If Chapman made that catch, that could have been 6 points because he had a blocker downfield on the Army defensive back and a blown opportunity, missed opportunity for the Midshipmen.
Another element, this is an RPO type of situation where he's putting into the belly of the running back, then he pulls it out, Horvath does, and as you said, wide open Chapman, underthrown.
3rd and 13. We'll see if the Mids treat this in 2 plays to try and get it. 3rd and 13. For Navy from the Army 36-yard line. Mids on top, 14-7. 2 receivers right and 1 left. Teska the back of the backfield. Here's Horvath rolling to his right. Look left. Now is still rolling. Throws it to the sideline. Incomplete. As tried to just dump it off. Nathan Kent was there. And it was incomplete. Or Heidenreich was the intended receiver. It'll be 4th and 13. And now Navy really in no man's land here. Army will receive the second half kickoff, so you wonder if a coffin corner kick might be the play here for the Mids, and it appears they will send Riley Reifman out onto the field to try and pooch this one.
So what happened, Rich? That was going to be a throwback screen right there. They got the lineman out, but there was no receiver out on the left side. That's why he had to take the ball and move it to the right and throw it incomplete.
Army leaving its regular defense on the field as Reifman waits a couple of seconds before the pooch end over end, and it is caught by Navy at the Army 8-yard line. Rayon Lane just fielded that one like he was a punt returner. Black Knights will take over 1st and 10 at their own 8-yard line after the 28-yard punt, but perfectly placed by Riley Reifman, the senior from Keller, Texas. So Army, look how it sets up, Dean. Black Knights trail this 14-0. They're at their own 8-yard line. They have 4:05 left in the second quarter, 3 timeouts, trailing 14-7. Army will receive the second half kickoff. So a true opportunity here for Army to really change the momentum of this game heading into halftime.
Yeah, with 4:05 remaining, but operating deep out of their own end, they got to be very secure with the football.
Daly out of the shotgun with Udo to his right. Sets up short to the left side. Daly's going to run with it on 1st down. Cuts back straight ahead and bullies his way out near the 13, 14-yard line. That's a good pickup for Bryson. 5-yard gain. Kyle Jacob among those making the tackle. It'll be 2nd and 5 for the Black Knights.
So Jacob, again, the Mike linebacker, jumped into that gap, but Bryson Daly getting 5 on that first burst. That's key for Army. That wasn't happening in the first quarter.
Army in no hurry here unless they break something downfield. They may be content just running out the final 3 minutes and 30 seconds heading into halftime. Udo behind Daly in the pistol. A receiver to either side, 2nd and 5. Fake handoff on the end around. Daly keeping it straight ahead. Stutter step across the 15 and really no opening at all. He goes down at the 16. Griffin Willis and Justin Reed collaborate on the tackle. It'll be 3rd down and 2. Navy doesn't call a timeout here. I thought Navy would call a timeout.
I think they'll call it after the next play if they get the stop.
Navy with 2 timeouts remaining. Army with all 3 of their first half complement of timeouts. Daly out of the pistol yet again. Tight formation for the Black Knights. Short lines up behind the left tackle. Now reset to the right side in motion, and a fake handoff. Daly straight ahead. It looks like he has the first down as he's sandwiched, but right near that first down will be marked right at that 18-yard line. And we'll see if it is in fact. Yes, it is a first down, and Army able to move the chains and convert on that 3rd down. Just got to that 18-yard line.
Yeah, they've really done a good job checking on Daly. Prior to that run right there, 10 carries, only 26 yards, and his longest run was 5, but he wedges it out a little bit. And now with a little over 2:10, Army starts with a fresh set of down.
Pulaski in at one tight end. Army doesn't have to snap the ball before the 2-minute timeout. They do. And here's the quick throw left side, caught by Pulaski at the 23-yard line. Just the 2nd catch all season for an Army tight end. He goes down right away. And
2-minute timeout.
And that's a 4-yard gain out to the 22-yard line. It'll be 2nd and 6 for Army as we hit the 2-minute timeout for the Black Knights at 22. 125th Army-Navy game presented by USAA. It's Navy 14 and Army 7. We'll be back at Northwest Stadium in just a moment. You're listening to Black Knights College Football right here on the Army Sports Network from Learfield.
At J.P. Morgan Chase, we honor those who serve our nation and their families who serve alongside them. From financial education to career pathways, home ownership to small business support, we're dedicated to empowering veterans and their loved ones every step of the way. This December, we're partnering with Army West Point Sports to honor the past, support the present, and build a future where veterans and their families can thrive. To learn more, visit jpmorganchase.com/veterans.
At USAA, we know the best way to serve our members is by building the best team. So we're looking for talented people like you to join us. From claims and finance to tech and beyond. But it's not just skill sets and impressive resumes we're looking for. It's the unique qualities that everyone at USAA shares and the passion to make a real difference for our members. Search USAAjobs.com and find out what we're made of.
USAA Equal Opportunity Employer.
You're listening to the Army Black Knights Football Radio Network on 92.5 FM in Kingston, 96.5 FM in Beacon, and 94.3 FM in Peekskill.
Army fans, when the holidays get real, start at Kohl's and Kohls.com, where you'll find amazing deals on everything you need all in one place so you can focus on the moments that matter. Kohl's, where families come first. And Army football brought to you by FW Webb, where the pros go for plumbing, heating, HVAC, refrigeration, pipes, valves, fittings, and more. Visit fwweb.com for a location near you. 2-minute timeout. Rich DeMarco, Dean Darling, Joe Beckerly, and Tony Marino. Army trailing Navy 14-7. Late in this second quarter, Black Knights with a 2nd and 6 from their own 22-yard line. And Parker Pulaski, 6'4", 240-pound sophomore. First career catch, that gain of 4. His father, a college teammate of one, Jeff Munkin.
Yeah, and when we were down at Florida Atlantic, because that's where he resides, down in Boca Raton, he had a big party suite.
Yep.
And obviously was really happy his son got a chance to come back and play in his hometown. But what a great honor right there for him to catch that pass. That was well behind him. And he reached back and he got it.
Just the second catch for an Army tight end this year. Montesi with the other. 2 receivers right and 1 left. 1st and 10 for Army. Daly is going to run it out of the shotgun. Hit in the backfield, able to spin forward near the 22, 23-yard line. And now pushing after the play and a pileup. Navy claiming that Daly fumbled and they recovered the football. The officials break everyone up. And Daly was ruled down. And Army able to reset.
And they roughed up Daly a little bit after the play, too.
3rd down and 4 from the 22. Now the officials will look at the play. That was just a wild scene as Navy was celebrating with a group of players that they seemingly had recovered a fumble. Then the referee.
That play is under further review.
And Kevin Randall then said, no, he was down. Go to the next play. Navy scrambled to get into position. Then time was called. Oh, the replay being shown. We can't see Daly's knee.
Yeah. Looked like he landed on the ball, but then it popped.
Yeah, and he had it himself.
Then he got it back.
And then the ball came out.
Yeah.
So, yes, it was a fumble.
Yes.
Bryson Daly then had the ball secured with his knee down, meaning the play was over. And it's Army ball. As they show the replay in the stadium.
He brought the ball up to his left thigh.
And he cradled it.
And he cradled it.
Daly's down.
And he's down, right.
So, yes, it was a fumble. Yes, it was a fumble.
Yes.
But Bryson Daly recovered his own fumble, had possession of the ball. So,
The lead on the field is confirmed to be 3rd down Army.
So 3rd and 4 coming up for Army from its own 24. 1:44 left till halftime. Army with 3 timeouts. Black Knights need to convert here. Navy's seemingly dominated this first half, though Army down by just one score. And the Black Knights looking to see if they could pop something downfield late in this second quarter. Reynolds, the receiver to the left side. Two receivers right, then movement along the line. Navy pointing at Army's offensive line. Gennarelli might have moved. Justin Reed had jumped across.
Yeah, the Navy crowd is yelling, "You can't do that." And it was Gennarelli. He took a step to the right even before the ball was snapped.
Ball start. Offense, number 71. 5-yard penalty. Third down.
Gennarelli
That foul qualifies for a 10-second runoff. Navy has declined that runoff. The clock will start on the snap.
Gennarelli, a second-team All-American Athletic Conference selection. 3rd and 9 for Army from its own 19, and the clock starting on the snap means Navy can conserve a timeout and take it after this play. Out of the shotgun, Daly looking, tosses it over the middle, incomplete through the hands of the Navy defender. It was Andrew Duhart, the cornerback, intended for Cam Schur. He was the closest to it. It'll be 4th down and 9, and Army will have to kick it away.
Yeah, and they're going to have to use max protection right here to get that kickoff. That ball's going to come around the midfield area. And Wagenseller's going to have to really get a boot into it.
And Navy's going to have 2 timeouts and about 90 seconds to get into some kind of scoring range. Rayon Lane waiting back at his 40-yard line. Wagenseller at his own 4. Takes a step into it. Good hang time. Spiraling kick, sending Lane back to his 33-yard line. Going to run it back, and he's sandwiched and converged on right around the 35-yard line. So that ends up being a 48-yard kick and a 2-yard return, a 46 net. Army needed that. Navy will have 1:25, 2 timeouts, taking over at their own 35-yard line in a game the Midshipmen are leading the Black Knights 14-7.
Really good kick and tremendous hang time, as you had mentioned, Rich. And a Wagenseller does his job. Now it's up to the Army defense. The key is to keep Horvath inside the pocket. You can't let him scramble. He gets to the second level, he's got jets.
And we've seen Horvath with multiple options on plays. It's been scary watching Horvath in this opening half. He's thrown and run for a touchdown. One receiver out to the left side, Teska. The one back to the right of Horvath working out of the gun. Kent lined up as that one receiver. Heidenreich in motion, fake handoff to Teska. Horvath back to throw, hit as he throws over the middle. Oh, nearly intercepted, in and out of the hands of Caleb Fortner right at midfield. He was defending Chapman and nearly had the pick.
Well, Navy remembers Caleb Fortner. He's the guy that came up with the strip sack and rumbled for 44 yards in the second half for a touchdown. They tried to get Heidenreich free down the left sideline on a wheel route. He was well covered, so then he went over the middle, and Army came up defensively.
2nd down and 10 for Navy from its own 35. A back to either side of Horvath. The receiver to either side. Now Chapman in motion out of the backfield. Fake handoff. Horvath going to run with it. 35-yard line out to the 40, 45-yard line. Has the first down and brought down right at that 45-yard line. So the clock stops momentarily for the first down. 1:12 left till halftime. Navy a 1st and 10 at its own 45.
It's almost like Army has to keep a spy on Horvath, almost like one-on-one coverage.
Kent, one wide receiver to the right. Horvath back to throw, looking, now rolling to his left, and sacked back at the 41-yard line. El Omadozi just in a standoff with Horvath. Horvath couldn't find anyone to get rid of it, and Madozi just took him down.
Yeah, it was Horvath trying to get over to the left sideline.
Timeout, Navy. That is their second. It'll be 30 seconds. Please reset the game clock to 54 seconds.
So 2nd and 12, just a 2-yard loss. They'll give Horvath the forward progress out to that 43. And what a big series of plays here for the Army defense. Black Knights will take going into the locker room down by just 7, considering how much Navy has gotten the better of play in this first half, Dean. And if I'm Navy, I'm saying I don't want to go into the half just up 7. Yeah. We've really dominated play. That drive by Army so key, that 4th down conversion, and the pass to Casey Reynolds might be remembered as the play of the game. But if Army comes back to win this one, and a big couple of plays here for the Army defense.
And you look at the time of possession, it's almost equal, Rich, 14-24 to 14-44 for Army. But Navy got those 2 scores. Army really, as you said, got that key 4th down conversion to keep the drive going. As a pass to Reynolds and eventually the touchdown catch by Hayden Reed, his first career touchdown catch. And it was a big one to slice the deficit in half. But this is big right here for Army with 54 seconds left. You're looking for the situation to obviously neutralize Horvath. But if you're on the back end, Rich, you're looking for a pick if they're going to throw the ball.
And Fortner nearly had one at midfield. Mendoza had come on the pressure on that play 2 plays ago.
Now, when I was talking to Dane Woody this week, he said tremendous stress on Army's linebackers and secondary because of the running ability of Horvath. And then if you do come up and contest it, you throw the ball.
2nd and 12 for Navy from its own 43-yard line. 54 seconds left in the second quarter. Midshipmen on top of the Black Knights, 14-7. 4 wide for Navy. Teska, the one back to the right of Horvath, working out of the shotgun. Horvath takes the snap, looks left, fires left, caught by Kent at the 49-yard line and buried right there. So that's a gain of about 6. It'll bring up 3rd down. They'll call it 7 from the Navy 48-yard line. Clock running down to 40 seconds. Navy still with with 1 timeout, I should say. Horvath out of the shotgun. Straight back to throw pressure. Here's a screen pass. Teska juggled it and dropped it right at midfield. That could have been another big play downfield. Had a 31-yarder on Navy's opening drive, which scored a touchdown. And now it'll be 4th down and 6 with 31 seconds left till halftime.
Worst place to hit him. He hit him in the hands. And then the ball came off his hands and hit him in the helmet. And then fell harmlessly to the ground. So Army gets a good stop right there.
Let's see the Army sauce team, if they can come up with one here. You know they'll come after it. It's 4th down and 6. Reithman comes on to kick it away. Tyrell Robinson waiting back at his 10-yard line. Reithman awaiting the snap of Rain Fry at his 34 and just gets it off. A good spiraling kick coming down to Robinson, who calls for a fair catch at the 8-yard line. Army can take this into the locker room if they wish, with Navy holding only 1 timeout. And Army will receive the second half kickoff. So for everything that's gone on in this first half, it's just a 7-point game.
Field position has definitely favored Navy throughout the first half. And again, that can flip in the second half. But I was a little surprised Tyrell even tried to catch that ball. I mean, just let it go in the end zone, so to speak. But situation where he did, he caught it. He's pretty good hands. So Army's got it now with only 25 seconds left.
And a single safety formation. Army will indeed take this into the locker room. Daly under center. We've seen trick plays out of this formation sometimes. Takes the knee. And the final seconds will run off, and this game will go to halftime with Navy on top. The 125th Army-Navy game presented by USAA. 30 minutes in the books. It's Navy leading Army 14-7. Let's go down to the field, and Tony Marino working his way to catch up with Army head coach Jeff Monken.
All right, a lot of emotions there in that first half, a lot of twists and turns. Your thoughts on that?
Oh, they made some plays. Give them credit. We turned the ball over. It took them 3 plays to score. You know, we started the game with a kick out of bounds, and they only had to go 65 yards. They did a good job on the first drive. We weren't moving it very good against them, and we hit a couple plays there. Nice play on 4th down with the throw and then the play action pass. So we're really fortunate to be here. It's 14-7. We get the ball back to start the second half. We're going to have to do something with it.
Anything surprise you about what they did there in the first half?
Oh, no. I mean, they're just executing really well. And like I said, we got to do a better job of stopping them and stopping the quarterback and then moving the ball, running the football.
Thanks for your time, Coach. Back upstairs.
And as Jeff Monken said, Army will receive the second half kickoff. 30 minutes in the books. here at Northwest Stadium in Landover, Maryland. Army trailing Navy 14-7 in the 125th Army-Navy game presented by USAA. When we come back, our program host, Joe Beckerly, will take you through the halftime report. You are listening to Army Black Knights College Football right here on the Army Sports Network from Learfield.
Winning today requires the strategies of tomorrow. And in a world where split-second decisions make all the difference, no one delivers software solutions like Palantir. Our products have been deployed across the U.S. Armed Forces for nearly 2 decades to help accelerate and improve decision-making by bringing the whole field into view. Palantir, foundational software of tomorrow, delivered today. Palantir is proud to be the official software partner of America's Game.
What exactly does MCOR do? For healthcare facilities, we help keep patients and staff safe and comfortable. For data centers, we help the digital economy flow more reliably. For office buildings, we help make work environments secure, efficient, and compliant. In other words, for businesses and industries of every type, at MCOR, we build, power, service, and protect.
Lockheed Martin's vision of 21st century security means preparing to make split-second decisions with certainty. Because whether your mission is over land, on the sea, through the air, in outer space, or cyberspace, our mission is to help you detect the threats, connect the tech, and protect what matters most in every domain of operation. Lockheed Martin, ensuring those we serve always stay ahead of ready.
Ankle pain and limited mobility keeping you on the sidelines? Army West Point Athletics has joined forces with Stryker, an expert in foot and ankle surgical solutions. As one of the world's leading medical technology companies, Stryker offers innovative foot and ankle products that help you get back in the game and on your feet so you can keep doing what you love. Visit Stryker.com/WestPoint to learn more and find a specialized surgeon in your area so you can rediscover your freedom of movement.
Ever find holiday shopping overwhelming? We've got to figure out what they want and then find it all too. Enter Kohl's. They have the best gifts all in one spot. The toys your kids have been asking for, the silk PJs she's been eyeing, and the stylish sweater he'll love. And you can get 20% off some of your gifts during their customer appreciation event. Yup, holiday shopping at Kohl's is the move. Select styles, offers end December 15th. Some exclusions apply. Coupons do not apply to toys. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
There's something for everybody to enjoy at West Point Family and MWR. Hit the links at our 18-hole golf course with breathtaking Hudson Valley scenery, or let us host your wedding at our top-class catering venue in the West Point Club. Morgan Farms Historic Stables offers large stalls, outdoor rings, and 3 different horse sporting options in a scenic and private location. Don't forget our very own Victor Constant Ski Lodge. Visit us at westpoint.armymwr.com and follow us on Facebook at West Point FMWR.
On the Army Sports Network from Learfield, Army Black Knights football is brought to you by USAA. USAA is the proud presenter of the Army-Navy game. By Chevrolet, the official vehicle of America's game. Chevrolet, together let's drive. By The Exchange, welcoming home all veterans to their lifelong shopping benefits. By Palantir, the official software partner of America's game. And by Duke Cannon, maker of men's grooming goods and participating partner of America's game. Duke Cannon, work harder, smell better. Welcome to the Coca-Cola Halftime Show. Here's Joe Beckerly.
It's halftime at Northwest Stadium in Landover, Maryland. America's game halfway done. The 125th Army-Navy game presented by USAA has the Navy Midshipmen leading the Black Knights of Army 14-7. Thank you for joining us here on the Coca-Cola Halftime Show. Army with just 105 total offensive yards in the game. 50 of them are through the air. 4 of 8 passing for the Black Knights. They did throw an interception. Bryson Daly did turn the ball over on an interception. Rushed for just 55 yards in the first half on 20 attempts. Just a 2.8 yards per game average on the runs. Penalized one time for 5 yards. had the ball for 15 minutes, 9 seconds in the first half. Navy held the ball for 14:51 on the first half, has not turned the ball over, has not been penalized, rushed for 119 yards on 23 carries, 147 yards total offense for the Midshipmen. They've 3 of 8 passing for 55 yards. Time now for the first half scoring recap presented by MCOR, proud partner of Army West Point Athletics. Well, Navy lost the coin toss. Army won the coin toss, elected to defer to the second half. Navy took the opening kick all the way down the field for the first score of the game.
First and goal for Navy inside the Army 1. Horvath calling out signals, leaps on the quarterback sneak, waiting for a signal. Touchdown, Navy. Number 14 on the season for Blake Horvath. He goes in from 1 yard out, and the Midshipmen strike first.
As a Blake Horvath 1 yard run, the point after by Kirkwood was good. 12 plays, 65 yards, 6:04 in time of possession. There was 8:56 to go in the first quarter on the first possession of the game for the Midshipmen. Army has scored in all but one of their opening possessions of the game leading into this game. They got the ball back in their first possession and were not able to get on the scoreboard. They went a total of 12 yards before having to punt it away. Gave the ball back to Navy. Army's defense also was able to hold Navy to just a few plays and about 15 yards or so on offense on their second drive. Navy punted on their second possession. Looked like we're going to have a pitcher's duel here. But then Army gets the ball back, throws an interception. The one interception by Bryson Daly. It was a 2nd and 11 at the 21-yard line. The ball went down the field. Navy took over at the Army 44 with the short field and were able to convert it into points.
Horvath working out of the pistol. A man in motion left to right. That's Heidenreich. Snap coming. Fake handoff. Horvath throws on the run. Left sideline. And it's a touchdown. Jogging into the end zone. Brandon Chapman, the junior, his 4th receiving touchdown of the season, and Navy is back on the scoreboard with 11 minutes, 30 seconds left in the second quarter.
A really nice designed misdirection play by Navy, and Blake Horvath's path of Brandon Chapman for 18 yards was good for the touchdown. 3 plays, 44 yards. It only took him a minute 15 to convert the turnover into points. The Kirkwood point after was good, and it was 14-0. Navy, 11:30 to go in the second quarter. Army got the ball on their third possession after Navy kicked out of bounds on the penalty and started at their own 35-yard line. They got to the 46 with a 4th and 3, decided to go for it, and it was a Bryson Daly pass to Casey Larkin for a big first down, 18 yards on the play. That kept the Army drive going, which eventually went into the end zone for points.
Army trips left, 1 receiver right. Daly out of the gun, 2nd and 5 from the Navy 23-yard line. Daly takes the snap. Bryson fakes the run, then pops the pass. Hayden Reed at the 10, and he takes it in for the touchdown. Oh, a little bit of trickery from Bryson Daly, and the little pop pass to Hayden Reed, who scores the touchdown, and Army is on the board in the 2024 Army-Navy game.
8 plays, 65 yards, 5:01 in time of possession, and as Rich DeMarco described, a pretty little pop pass by Bryson Daly. Misdirection, caught everybody sleeping, and Hayden Reed got the 23-yard score. Trey Grotti's point after was true, and Army cuts the lead of Navy 14-7, 6:29 to play in the second quarter before halftime. Navy got the ball back. Army's defense stiffened, forced a punt. Army, on its 4th possession, looked like it was going to get something going, but then was stymied. They were forced to punt. Navy then with 1:25 to go, got the ball back, got the ball down the field, but on a 1st and 10 at the 45, Elo Modozi came up with a huge defensive stop.
Kent, one wide receiver to the right. Horvath back to throw, looking, now rolling to his left and sacked back at the 41-yard line. Elo Modozi just in a standoff with Horvath. Horvath couldn't find anyone to get rid of it, and Modozi just took him down.
53 seconds to go after the sack by Modozi, and that really ended the threat for Navy before halftime, and that's where we are at halftime, with the Navy Midshipmen leading Army 14-7. We'll have more to come on the Coca-Cola halftime show, as we just heard the scoring drive summary, the scoring recap, brought to you by MCOR, proud partner of Army West Point Athletics. When we come back, we'll take a deeper look at some of the statistics in this game and have more from the 125th edition of the Army-Navy game, America's game, presented by USAA. Stay with us. You're listening to Black Knights College Football from Learfield.
If you're an honorably discharged veteran, you may be eligible to shop your exchange, where shopping is always tax-free with military-exclusive pricing. The exchange also welcomes qualifying DoD members, Coast Guard civilians, CAC or Common Access card holders, and many more, strengthening the benefit for all. Find out more about the exchange shopping benefit at shopmyexchange.com/vets. Visit shopmyexchange.com/vets today.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Some days you hit snooze, but not today. Today you have to go on a run to get burgers for the tailgate. You've got to haul something heavy, a cooler stocked with Bud Light. And you've got beer and football, nothing is hard, until the other team scores. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus, copyright 2024, Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Life is full of adventures.
Do you take this man to be your husband?
I do. Welcome home.
We did it. He has your eyes.
He's perfect.
Make the most of them all with PenFed checking and savings accounts. Learn more at PenFed.org. Federally insured by NCAA. To receive any advertised product, you must become a member of PenFed Credit Union.
PenFed's got great rates for everyone.
What exactly does MCOR do? For healthcare facilities, we help keep patients and staff safe and comfortable. For data centers, we help the digital economy flow more reliably. For office buildings, we help make work environments secure, efficient, and compliant. In other words, for businesses and industries of every type, at MCOR, we build, power, service, and protect.
Life is full of adventures.
Do you take this man to be your husband?
I do. Welcome home.
We did it. He has your eyes.
He's perfect.
Make the most of them all with PenFed checking and savings accounts. Learn more at PenFed.org. Federally insured by NCAA. To receive any advertised product, you must become a member of PenFed Credit Union.
PenFed's got great rates for everyone.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by Army West Point. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited.
th Army-Navy game presented by USAA. This is the Coca-Cola halftime show. Navy leads Army 14-7 at the FCS, and it's the FCS Championship quarterfinals. Right now, it's South Dakota leading UC Davis 21-14. 12-14 to go in the third quarter, and the scoreboard report is brought to you by The Exchange. Also in action at the moment, North Dakota State 21, Mercer 7, just about a minute to go until halftime. Earlier today, it was South Dakota State beating Incarnate Word 55-14. They punched their ticket into one of the FCS Championship semifinals, as did Montana State with a 52-19 win over Idaho. Those are the FCS Championship quarterfinal scores. The scoreboard report brought to you by The Exchange. You're listening to the Coca-Cola Halftime Show. It's a Navy leading Army 14-7. Army will get the second half kickoff. We'll take our final break here on the Coca-Cola Halftime Show. When we come back, we'll take a look at some more of the first half stats as the Navy team has worked its way out onto the field, and the Army team is in the tunnel getting ready to come back out onto the field. Navy 14, Army 7. Second half kickoff just moments away. Stay with us. You're listening to Black Knights College Football from Learfield.
The UEFA Champions League is back on Sirius XM FC, and this year it's bigger than ever.
Absolutely ridiculous from Real Madrid. Merseyside magic from Mo Salah.
Now with more matches featuring soccer's most iconic clubs as they battle it out for European supremacy.
What a start for Inter! Haaland scores the hat-trick!
From the league phase to the final, the Champions League is on Sirius XM FC 157 and the all-new Sirius XM app. We're talking college football on ACC Today.
Bill Belichick has agreed to a 5-year deal. He's hitting the ACC at a time where the ACC has put more teams in bowl games than any other conference. The league is expanding. It's got different vibe to it. It's coast to coast. It's going to be really, really interesting to see where the impact is for Carolina and where the impact is on the bigger scale for the ACC.
How Bill Belichick does at Carolina is going to be a story for as long as he's at Carolina.
ACC Radio, Channel 371, and the Sirius XM app.
We are the Orange County IDA, building a better future for you.
You're listening to the Army Black Knights Football Radio Network on 92.5 FM in Kingston, 96.5 FM in Beacon, and 94.3 FM in Peekskill.
Final time here on the Coca-Cola Halftime Show. Second half kickoff just moments away. We gave you the team numbers a moment ago, but let's look at some of the individual numbers in this one. Is Army, again, 105 total offensive yards in the first half. 50 of them through the air. 4 of 8 passing for Bryson Daly. He did throw an interception that led to one of Navy's touchdowns. Hayden Reed with 1 catch for 23 yards. He has Army's only touchdown of the game. Casey Reynolds, 1 catch for 18 yards, and that one was a big 4th down conversion. Huge catch for Casey Reynolds. Noah Short, 1 catch for 5 yards, and Parker Poloski with 1 catch for 4 yards, his only catch of the season. Rushing, Bryson Daly, 30 yards on 12 carries. Noah Short has 13 yards on 2 carries, and Kanye Udo 13 yards on 5 carries. For Navy, Blake Horvath through the air, 3 of 8 for 55 yards and 1 touchdown. That touchdown pass went to Brandon Chapman, his only catch of the day for 18 yards. Alex Teska has 1 catch for 31 yards, and Nathan Kent has 1 catch for 6 yards. Rushing the ball, Blake Horvath, the quarterback, leading the way. 98 yards on 14 carries. He has a touchdown on the day. Teska with 12 yards on 4 carries. Eli Heidenreich, 5 yards on 3 carries. Justin Reed, the leading tackler for the Midshipmen. He's got 6, 2 of them solo. For the Black Knights, Caleb Fortner, the leading defender, with 5 tackles. Casey Larkin has 4. Andon Thomas has 3, as does Chance Keith and Jaden Mays. That'll do it for the Coca-Cola Halftime Show. It's Navy leading Army 14-7, but the Black Knights will receive the second half kickoff. Time now to turn the call of the game back over to Rich DeMarco, Dean Darling, and Tony Marino.
Well, thank you, Joe. And we have, and for our listeners, those listening throughout the Hudson Valley, across the nation, and around the world, we're here nestled at the top of the lower tier. And Dean, how cool is it to have the Corps of Cadets right in front of us here at Northwest Stadium?
It's great, and they're very responsive to the music that's being played. And yeah, they're definitely a good group, that's for sure. And they believe that Army can turn it around here in the second half. But Army's going to have to do something on offense where they are stacking the box against Army, and they're going to have to open the game up. I look for Noah Short to get more involved.
And needless to say, this opening drive is going to be huge for Army, receiving this second half kickoff. Lance Gossett has it teed up for Navy, and here comes the boot. It's a short kickoff, and it bounced at the 15, picked up by Tyrell Robinson. 10-yard line near numbers, veers right, 20-yard line out to the 25, and then taken down in a group at around the 31-yard line. And that is where Army will begin first down and 10. So the Black Knights begin in decent field position on this first possession of the second half. And you get the feeling this is put-up time for this Army offense to give us a drive like we've been accustomed to all season.
And Navy's interior defensive linemen, the three of them, Rich, combined for 18 tackles. Army's offensive line has to do a better job. And, again, Army's got to open it up a little bit more.
Ball spotted actually at the 30-yard line. First and 10 for Army here opening up the second half. Short, one wide receiver to the right. Daly out of the gun with Udo behind him. Bryson takes the snap, handoff. Kanye Udo, 30-yard line, cuts the 35-yard line, carrying defenders across the 40, has the first down at the 43-yard line. That's Army football, and Kanye Udo carrying Andrew Duhart and Rayon Lane 4 yards at the end of the play. 13-yard gain to begin things.
And by far Army's best run of the game. And you look at Kanye Udo, his 13th consecutive start here in his sophomore year, and he kind of meandered when he got to the second level. He's always hunting with those eyes.
A receiver to either side for Army. First and 10 for the Black Knights. Ball spotted at the Army 42-yard line. Hayden Reed in motion, right to left. Udo behind Daly. And again, it's Udo off right tackle, bullying his way across the 45. Forward progress stopped right around the 46-yard line. But that time, the Army offensive line getting a good push. McShann along with Lane making the stop. Give Udo 5 yards on that play. It'll be 2nd and 5.
Can you imagine being in that locker room and Cody Worley talking to his offensive line? Sometimes he just challenges their manhood and said, hey, guys, this is it.
Or what Jeff Monken had to say.
Well, yeah, that too.
Tyrell Robinson in the ball game at one wide receiver out to the left side. Udo again behind Daly. Army keeping with this pistol formation here on 2nd and 5 for Army from their own 46. Daly takes the snap, again hands off Udo, straight ahead, taken down from behind. Landon Robinson able to move off his block and make the tackle. Short of the first down as Udo went down right around the 49-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and 2.
And that time they came with a blitz on the interior. Udo was trying to avoid it. He kind of ran to the spot where the blitzer came. 3rd down, as you said, Rich.
So 3rd and 2 for Army. Ball at the Black Knights 49-yard line. 2 minutes gone by, third quarter. Army trailing Navy 14-7. Very tight formation for the Black Knights. Daly going under his center. Brady Small now checks back into the shotgun. 6 seconds on the play clock. Daly, arms extended, awaiting the snap, and the handoff goes Udo straight ahead. He's got the first down at midfield. Oh, steps back, gives ground, then tackled and pushes the football out to the 49-yard line of Navy. I'm not sure he got there. He seemingly had the first down, then gave ground to try and pick up some more yardage. Colin Ramos made the stop.
Yeah, Ramos stayed with him, and it's a 4th down situation, and see if Army goes to a quick rhythm type of situation. No, they're huddling up. You're right. Udo just took him out of it, but that was second effort by Udo. You can't blame him there.
Out of the gun, Army on 4th and a half yard. Now checks into Daly under center. Rendina is the fullback. Very tight formation for Army. 4th and 1 from midfield. Daly, play fake, rolls to his right, looking, hit as he throws, heaves it deep, incomplete, overthrown. Penalty flag comes from the secondary as Noah Short was just being held by Andrew Duhart. And that play was also broken in the backfield because Daly turned around for a play fake or maybe a decision, and there was no running back there.
Yeah, no, there was nothing there. After he went from the shotgun, then he went down under center. They had all kinds of shifts. And then Noah Short freed up.
Interference, defense, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Duhart was just holding. Yeah. I mean, it was just.
Like you said, the ball was well overthrown. And he got a tug on him, and then he grabbed him in the shoulder.
He's pulling him back, right?
He did everything.
Holding his hand.
Yeah.
The best
probably not a bad penalty on his part.
No, because that's going to be a touchdown with Noah Short's speed. So Army picks up the 15 yards to the Navy 34. Opening drive, second half. Army trailing 14-7. Tyrell Robinson, one wide receiver, out to the right side. He comes in motion right to left. Daly out of the shotgun, hands off Udo. Off right tackle, muscling down near the 30-yard line. Again, Army, the offensive line, picking up a nice push. 4 yards for Udo. Griffin Willis makes the tackle. It'll be 2nd down and 6.
A little bit of a counter right there, Rich, because they had the flow going to the left and then coming back to the right was Udo. I like this. I like them getting Udo involved on this series. And then, as we had mentioned earlier, maybe get Noah Short involved in the open game.
It's amazing. The 2 4th and shorts, Army throwing the football.
Yep.
Now Army will spread out Navy, then check back into the option formation, though Daly now working out of the gun with Udo to his right. Heavy to the right side. Daly will run with it. 30-yard line near the 25. And forward progress stopped just short of that 25-yard line. Among those bringing down Daly was Kyle Jacob, the linebacker. Haven't said his name a ton. Quickly down to Tony.
Guys, don't know what was said in that locker room, but it was something of a challenge, as you talked about earlier, to that offensive line. They are getting pushes that were unseen in that first half.
And you can just see it where the Army running back hitting his first resistance is a couple of yards downfield. Didn't see that at all in the first half. Rendina, the fullback, here on 3rd and 1 for Army from the Navy 25. Could be a push play. And Daly will quarterback sneak it, and Rendina didn't even have to push as the dive inside the 25-yard line, and Army moves the chains. This is the offense we've been accustomed to seeing all season.
Army needs to change their 3rd down conversion number, because in that first half, Rich, they were faced with 7 of those. They only completed 2. They're usually ranked in the top 10 in the nation in conversion, but here now they got it rolling and getting down by the red zone.
And a drive coming up on 5 minutes to open up the second half. Army trailing Navy 14-7, with the Black Knights moving the ball well down the field. Pistol formation, 2 receivers left. 1st and 10 for Army from the Navy 24. From the right hash, Daly fakes the handoff to Udo. Then the quick throw near side, Hayden Reed hit immediately as he's cut down right at the 22. About a 2-yard gain, and B.D. Williams, the bandit, making the tackle. It'll be 2nd down and 8.
Yeah, he read that really well, and he's one of the veterans out there in that secondary as they tried to go a little bit of play action to Udo, try to freeze him a little bit. But again, Bryson Daly doesn't have a lot of time to throw. There's always somebody in his face when he's trying to air that ball out.
And that time it was Pierce who popped through into the backfield. So 2nd, they'll call it 9 for Army at the Navy 23. From the right hash, Short in motion from right to left in front of the formation. Fake handoff, Daly runs it left, pulled down from behind by Williams, and then Pierce able to come over and finish off the tackle right near the line of scrimmage. So Daly couldn't go anywhere. Again, Landon Robinson and this Navy defensive line making a play. It'll be 3rd down and long.
Yeah, we talked about Landon Robinson right at the beginning of the game and how he would be so key, and his versatility is tremendous, and he comes off that left side. He got Daly around the waist. He wouldn't let loose of him, and then he got his comrades to come and help him.
8:40 left, 3rd quarter. 3rd and 9 for Army from the Navy 23. We'll see if this is a 4-down territory situation. Army, 3 receivers left and 1 right. Empty backfield for Daly. Man in motion is Reed. Daly back to throw, looking, heaves it near sideline, coming back. Noah Short made the catch inside the 5-yard line. No, he didn't hold on, and it's incomplete. It'll be 4th and long.
Oh, that was a feathery pass that time to the right side, and in the vicinity was the defender, and he threw a lot of air under that ball, and his right foot was out of bounds. Did he catch it? It looked like he did catch it.
His right foot was out of bounds, didn't establish back inbounds.
Oh, no, he didn't. He lost it. You're right.
As Granati comes on to attempt what will be a 40-yard field goal for Granati, his career-long 39 against UTSA. It'll be from the right hash. Snap, ball is down, the kick is up, and it's got the distance, and it's good. Trey Granati puts it through on a career-long 40-yard field goal, and Army is back on the scoreboard, cutting the Navy lead down to 4 at 14-10 with 8:15 left in this 3rd quarter in the 125th Army-Navy game presented by USAA. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification across the Army Sports Network from Learfield.
Join me, Danny Cannell, and Dusty Dvorak Monday morning at 6 Eastern as we break down all the action from the weekend on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
And 94.3 FM in Peekskill.
Rich DeMarco, Dean Darling, Joe Beckerly, and Tony Marino back at Northwest Stadium, Landover, Maryland. Army trails Navy 14-10. We'll have more coming up in just a moment. You're listening to Black Knights College Football right here on the Army Sports Network from Learfield.
You can just move through life, or you can find the things that move you. It's your choice. You can choose to get out there. Choose your people. You could choose to go for it. No, like really go for it.
Fourth down, 28-yard line.
Just choose to do something that moves you. Mazda crafts cars for those who choose to do more than simply move. Mazda, move and be moved.
Xfinity here. How can we help? Yeah, there are so many football games streaming this season. Can Xfinity Internet handle it? Oh, we know the game is only live once, so we built a network with all-pro speeds and low lag so you don't miss a snap. So I can yell, "He's open!" when he's actually open? Yeah, but the quarterback still can't hear you.
Xfinity gives you a super fast connection to the game. Stream live sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed. Streaming content limited to the U.S.
Kingston, 96.5 FM in Beacon and 94.3 FM in Peekskill.
Army West Point Athletics and the United States Military Academy would like to recognize its Team Army partners, industry leaders such as Stryker, Coca-Cola, MCOR, The Exchange, USAA, and CBS Sports Network, whose values and beliefs are in line with those of the Academy. Because of the generosity of Team Army members, cadet athletes are ensured of a tremendous athletic experience. So after spotting Navy a 14-0 lead, Army has come back with 10 straight points. Wasn't 7 on that opening drive in the second half, but it was something, and we saw that Army offensive line we've been accustomed to seeing all season long.
And we do bring you the MCOR scoring drive summary of 11 plays, 47 yards, aided by a personal foul, an interference call went against Duhart, the cornerback, and Army turned it into points. Granati a 39-yarder. That ties his career long. 9 for 10 on the year, and it gets Army within 4. It's Navy 14, Army 10. MCOR proud partner of Army West Point Athletics.
Back deep, Isaiah Bryant and William Engel for Navy as Granati set to kick it away. And here comes the boot, and it tumbles down to Bryant at the goal line. He'll run it out on the far hash. 10-yard line, 15. Out to the 20, far sideline, 25. Cuts back 35-yard line to the 40. Run down from behind and tackled out near the 44. And the Army defender making the tackle in a crowd was Jabril Williams. And that's a big return for Isaiah Bryant of 42 yards, and Navy ends up in good field position to begin this drive.
Yeah, that was a great run that time. He just picked up his blocks really well, and if Williams doesn't get the angle, he could have went to the house, but a good job by Williams and company.
So Blake Horvath and Navy with the ball for the first time this second half. And I'll tell you, that pass interference by Navy, that was maybe a 4-point play because it would have been a touchdown on Noah Short had there not been the interference. Horvath from the gun, 3 receivers that on the play, 1 to either side. Now a man in motion. Horvath will run it straight ahead, 45-yard line, and taken down from behind. Larkin came over to help finish off the tackle, but it was Chance Keith who got behind Horvath around his waist, able to pull him down. That's a gain of 3. It'll be 2nd and 7.
So Army does a good job. If you can keep them under 3 or less yards, that's really key on a first down play, because Horvath had his way in the first half. He was a guy that did damage on Memphis when he played him this year. He had 211 rushing yards.
Really, that's the high point of Navy's season, that upset win over Memphis. 2nd and 7. Ball between the hashes, pistol formation. Teska the deep back, and the handoff to the fullback Teska. Bounce it outside, and there's Caleb Fortner burying him at the 47-yard line. Pickup of 2. That was mano a mano. Caleb Fortner just able to stand up and take down Alice Teska. A 2-yard gain. It'll be 3rd and 4.
So Fortner led him in tackles in the first half with 5. And again, Fortner number 2 on the team in tackles this year. Haven't heard Andon Thomas's name a lot in this ball game. But again, with the quarterback being so elusive, other people, especially secondary people, have made a lot of tackles.
Big play for this Army defense. 3rd and 4 for Navy from the Midshipmen 48-yard line. Tight formation for Navy. Chapman in motion. Horvath straight back to throw. Fires it out to the near side, and it's caught by Heidenreich. Breaks a tackle at the 40-yard line, near the sideline of the 30. Inside the 20, heads into the 5, and dives into the end zone. Touchdown, Navy. Eli Heidenreich on a 48-yard catch and run, and the Midshipmen answer back with 6:34 left in this third quarter. Penalty flag came in after the play, perhaps an excessive celebration. Heidenreich broke the tackle after the short pass, and then it was just a race down the sideline, and Navy is back on the scoreboard.
And Donovan Platt got into one-on-one coverage, and he whiffed on the tackles right on the Army sideline, and then Heidenreich, who's got tremendous speed, sprinted the distance.
This could be a personal foul, which would...
The ruling on the field is a touchdown. After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct, Navy, number 22. That 15-yard penalty will be enforced on the kickoff. That is number 22's first unsportsmanlike conduct foul towards ejection.
So the penalty dissipates some of the momentum here, as Army should end up with better field position. Coming on to attempt the extra point, Nathan Kirkwood. And what an answer for Navy after Army picks up the field goal. And now back to a 2-score game. High snap, ball is down. Kirkwood kicked, extra point is good. And it's an 11-point lead for the Midshipmen. 21-10 with 6:34 left in this third quarter. So Navy takes the momentum right back from Army, and a 21-10 lead here in the 125th Army-Navy game presented by USAA. We'll have more from Northwest Stadium in Landover, Maryland coming up in just a moment. You're listening to Black Knights College Football right here on the Army Sports Network from Learfield.
Is there any trip more delightfully unpredictable than a road trip? After all, who knows where the road will take you? Who knows where you'll stay? Will it be that no-name hotel that says no to every request?
No, you'll have to find the elevators yourself.
Or maybe the one with the extra stale Danish for breakfast.
I think I broke a tooth.
When you want a place you can always rely on wherever the road takes you, it matters where you stay.
Welcome to Hampton by Hilton. Don't forget about our free hot breakfast.
Hilton, for the stay.
Ah, the holidays. A time filled with joy, laughter, and a whole lot of family. And while we may not always agree on everything when we get together, the one thing we can agree on is the conversation-stopping power of Mom's Herb Seasoned Rib Roast. Together, we bring more. Start your holiday season at beefitswhatsfordinner.com. Funded by Beef Farmers and Ranchers.
You're listening to the Army Black Knights Football Radio Network on 92.5 FM in Kingston, 96.5 FM in Beacon, and 94.3 FM in Peekskill.
Tony Marino back with you, Northwest Stadium, Landover, Maryland. Army-Navy. Navy with the 21-10 lead over Army moments ago. A long catch and run for a touchdown to put the Mids out by 11. And our Dean Darling had mentioned how Andon Thomas had been a little bit on the quiet side defensively. I can tell you, Dean and Richie, Andon Thomas is doing a lot of flexing out there with his left leg, lower leg, both legs, in fact. Seemed very uncomfortable out there on that last drive, so we'll keep an eye on him. Let's send it up for the scoring recap and Dean Darling.
All right, thanks, Tony. It is the EMCOR scoring drive summary. So Army had closed to 14-10 on the 39-yard field goal by Trey Granati. But then on special teams, they gave up a long kick return to Isaiah Bryant. And it was a 3rd down and 4 situation from the Navy 48, and they connect as Horvath hits a 52-yard pass down the left sideline to Eli Heidenreich, as they have combined many times this year. And just like that, Navy goes back up by 2 scores as the extra point is good, and it's now a 21-10 lead for Navy.
What do we say every year? Special teams and turnovers, and Navy's gotten the better of both of those here today. The interception in the first half, just the second thrown by Bryson Daly all season, gave the Mids a short field, led to their second touchdown. Army with an out-of-bounds kickoff led to a touchdown drive for Navy. A 42-yard kick return by the Mids preceding this latest touchdown drive. Now the 15-yard penalty will move the football back to the 20-yard line for the kickoff. Army, you would hope, can end up with decent field position out of this. Lance Gossett said to boot it away. Miles Stewart and Tyrell Robinson wait back near their 20-yard line. Gossett has one out-of-bounds kickoff in this game, just his third of the season. And here comes the boot by Gossett. Puts a good leg into it. Stewart fields it far sideline, up at the 30-yard line on the numbers. Runs left 35-yard line, runs right to the 40. Cuts back and picks up a couple more yards. So Army will begin near the area where Navy began its last drive. Tackle made by Turner Stepp. And a little bit of extracurricular activity after the play. And Army scored 3 to begin the third quarter. Navy came back with 7, so now it's an 11-point deficit for the Black Knights.
Yeah, because Navy had lost the momentum, Rich. They were up 14-0. Army scores 10 unanswered points as they got it going here in the third quarter with that field goal attempt. But Army did establish their run game to start the third quarter and see if they can get back to that and get back maybe with an answer.
A lot of shifting by Army before the snap in this game. A tight formation. Daly out of the gun with Short, the receiver, on the left side. Udo to the left of Daly and Hayden Reed in motion right to left. And the handoff, Kanye Udo straight ahead, hit at the line of scrimmage, still on his feet, 45-yard line, and reaches out toward the 46. So Army getting a good push from the line of scrimmage. That initial contact coming 4 yards downfield. They give Udo 5 yards on the play. Rayon Lane makes the tackle. It'll be 2nd and 5.
Well, the goal every time is to get 4 yards or more on a first down play. They accomplish it right there. Udo is now getting into the sync of the game, and he's rushed the ball 10 times for 38 yards.
And this game is getting later. Under 6 minutes left in this third quarter. Army trailing by 11. Daly out of the shotgun with Udo to his right. 2 receivers and on the play, and the handoff on the end around Noah Short looking for an opening and brought down short of the line of scrimmage. Jacob came over to take down Short from behind at the 43-yard line. That's a loss of 2. And how about the pursuit by Jacob to make that play? It'll be 3rd down and long, a 3rd and 8 for the Black Knights.
Yeah, they get after it, that's for sure. We have talked many times about how good this Navy defense is playing, and that's your Mike linebacker not getting fooled by the end around right there of Short.
So it's 3rd down and 8 for Army from its own 43-yard line. You wonder, is this 2 downs to pick up the 8 yards? We're going to go under 5 minutes left in this third quarter. Navy leading Army 21-10. A receiver out to the left side, that is Reynolds. Reed in motion right to left. Daly hands off to Udo straight ahead. Hits a wall at the 45-yard line, nowhere to go. Looked like early on against Tulane last Friday when Udo just had nothing between the tackles. Reed leading the charge for the Mids. It'll be 4th down and 6. And Army's going to roll the dice here. Bring Rendina on the field. Black Knights going to go for it here with 4:35 left in this third quarter, trailing 21-10.
I don't know if you saw it, Rich, but there was a large gap to go through on the left side and just chose the wrong hole to get into, and they got the stop. McShann has been given a warning by the official. He has had successive back-to-back times where he pushed Army players after the play.
Play clock down to 4. This is 4th and 6. Army still setting a man in motion. Play clock running out. Daly calls a timeout. So Army wasn't in sync. A penalty flag came in the secondary, but Army got the timeout called. And the officials apparently conferring to see if Army had the timeout called in time.
Prior to the foul, timeout, Army. That is their first. It'll be a full timeout.
So a 4th and 6 coming up for the Black Knights from their own 45-yard line when we come back. 4 minutes, 12 seconds left in the third quarter here in Landover, Maryland. Army trailing Navy 21-10. You're listening to Black Knights College Football right here on the Army Sports Network from Learfield.
New York City, the Bulls are bucking back. The Professional Bull Riders Unleash the Beast series returns to Madison Square Garden January 3rd through 5th. Only the toughest cowboys survive at the world's most famous arena. Get your tickets now at PBR.com and Ticketmaster.com.
At USAA, we know the best way to serve our members is by building the best team. So we're looking for talented people like you to join us. From claims and finance to tech and beyond. But it's not just skill sets and impressive resumes we're looking for. It's the unique qualities that everyone at USAA shares and the passion to make a real difference for our members. Search USAAjobs.com and find out what we're made of.
USAA Equal Opportunity Employer.
The last thing you want to hear when you need your auto insurance most is a robot with countless irrelevant menu options. Which is why with USAA Auto Insurance, you'll get great service that is easy and reliable, all at the touch of a button. Get a quote today. Restrictions apply.
USAA. You're listening to the Army Black Knights Football Radio Network on 92.5 FM in Kingston, 96.5 FM in Beacon, and 94.3 FM in Peekskill.
Hey, Army fans, are you ready to win big with great products and award-winning service from USAA, a proud sponsor of Army West Point Athletics? You'll be prepared for whatever life throws your way. Visit USAA.com to learn more. Army takes a timeout. 4:12 left third quarter. Here in Landover, Maryland, Army trailing Navy 21-10. This is a 4th and 6 for Army from their own 45. Could very well be the play of the game that Army's got to make to keep hope alive.
Well, they pulled it off, right, with that nice pass to Casey Reynolds in the first half that kept the drive going. They eventually got their only touchdown on the board. So I would look for Reynolds to be involved in this play and see what the situation is as they are huddled up. You don't want to burn a timeout that early in the second half, but they had to because you couldn't go back another 5 and pull off a 3rd and 11.
Play clock was running down. Army took a long time to break their huddle. And I think that time that you're deciding whether you go for it, that's where you lose the time on that space between plays. So it'll be 4th and 6. 4th and 6 for Army from its own 45-yard line. 4:12 left third quarter. Navy 21, Army 10. 2 receivers left and 1 right for the Black Knights. Army 2 for 2 on 4th downs today. Really 1 for 1. Picked up another by penalty. Daly out of the gun with Rendina to his left. The slot left is Hayden Reed. Daly calling for the football on 4th and 6. Back to throw, looks, fires right. Ball knocked away from Reynolds. Penalty flag comes in for the secondary. 3 of them, actually. Army's going to pick up the first down. Deshaun Poole had the defense on Reynolds and just clobbered him as he knocked away that ball.
And we called it. We said Reynolds has to see the ball, quick in cut as he was going over the middle. And it took a little while to get the hankies out,
There's
though.
four penalty flags.
But it was delayed.
And there's one in the backfield, too. So could this be a roughing the passer as well? So you would be able to stack that. You'd be able to stack the pass interference, then 15 for the roughing the passer, if that's in fact the call.
They're explaining it.
So this could be a 25-yardish pickup for Army should both fouls be able to be enforced.
They're explaining it right now.
Oh, that was a step straight in. Ooh.
Kenneth McShane. Fouls on the play, both by the defense. Pass interference, defense. That penalty is declined. Personal foul, roughing the passer, defense. That play is under further review for a possible targeting.
That was about 2 steps by Kenneth McShane to just throw Bryson Daly to the ground.
And Rich, I had just said about McShane had been warned twice on this series because he was yapping a lot and then he came in with his head. They're going to go look and see if it's a targeting call.
And the reason they can't be stacked is that they both happened during the play. It wasn't a personal foul that happened after the play. So they both happened during the play. Let's go down to the field to Tony.
And you guys may have seen Bryson Daly was pointing at his head, saying that was direct contact to my head. He seemed fine, and he was just making sure the officials knew that was the contact, and that's what they're looking at now. If that's a targeting, he'll be ejected.
Yeah, I don't think it is targeting. He hit him with the 2 hands on the chest is what he did.
I think the thing that's more troubling about that hit is he had a good step and a half into Daly.
He did.
You know, there's enough penalties we see called on a week in, week out basis that's helmet to the head, but it's bang, bang. It's right when the quarterback is throwing the ball. McShane had like 2 steps into Daly to just throw him down.
In his follow through, that's where his helmet got underneath the chin strap that time at Daly, but it was more the 2-hand push. That was the original call.
And that's the most disturbing thing about the play, or really the 2 steps into Daly. So Army will convert its third 4th down.
P.J. Volker was really dressing down McShann.
There is no foul for targeting. The personal foul, roughing the passer, defense number 0 will be enforced 15 yards from the previous spot with an automatic first down.
So Army will have the football 1st and 10 at the Navy 40-yard line.
We made USAA for home.
Second conversion today for Army on a 4th down penalty.
Tyrell Robinson in the game at 1 wide receiver out to the right side. Daly out of the shotgun. Rendina to his left from the right hash. 1st and 10 for Army from the Navy 40. Fake end around Daly. Straight back to throw. Now rolls to his right. Dumps it off, and the pass caught at the 35-yard line and then buried after making the catch was Hayden Reed. And Ramos made the tackle. Haven't said Colin Ramos' name a ton here today. It's been the defensive line for Navy. A 5-yard pickup will bring up 2nd and 5.
Yeah, safety valve pass, just dump it there. He was rolling to his side. I like that time, the way the offensive line was communicating. Katsianis was getting the word to Small. They were talking, obviously, about the pass protection.
Tight formation here on 2nd and 5 for Army from the Navy 35. Movement along the Navy defensive line, a shift. Udo the deep back. Daly sends Robinson in motion. Fake handoff to Udo. Now Daly keeps it off right tackle and then pushes forward near the first down marker. Got to about the 31. He'll be about a yard short. Ramos made the tackle along with Gavin Noe.
I really think Udo was supposed to take the ball there. He went a little bit too wide because Daly put it out there for a while, and then he reversed and said, I got to run the ball up the middle. But I think that was on Udo.
3rd and 1 with now under 3 minutes left in the 3rd quarter. Army trailing 21-10. Daly out of the shotgun. You get the feeling this has to be a 7-point drive for Army. Daly is going to run right with it. Hit hard at the line of scrimmage. Stays on his feet. Has the first down and down to the Navy 28-yard line.
Yeah, that was a shoulder that he put into a defensive back, and that propelled him further. But, Rich, just look at how crowded the box is right now. Look how many white helmets are within a 3-yard period, so to speak. They're going ISO coverage out on the left side against Short, but other than that, they're trying to crowd the line.
Coming down to 2 minutes left in this 3rd quarter. Army trailing 21-10. 1st and 10 from the Navy 28. Daly out of the shotgun. Hands off to Udo. Straight ahead. Picks up a couple down near the 25-yard line. And a lot of talking after the play. It's a gain of 3. It'll be 2nd and 7. Landon Robinson makes the tackle.
I like what they did there. They faked the pitch that was going to go to Short just to make the defense honest, and then they come right back up the middle quickly because they know Short is the playmaker on that field right now.
2nd and 7. A minute 40 left in this 3rd quarter. It's a very fast-moving 3rd quarter. Got a couple of scores as well. Liam Fortner, 1 receiver out left. Pulaski out to the right side. Daly waiting, man in motion, straight back to throw. Now will run with it off the right side and then taken down by his legs near the 20-yard line. That'll be short of the first down. Ramos with the tackle. It'll be 3rd and 3 with Daly marked down officially at the 21 with a minute 10 left in this 3rd quarter.
Yeah, Ramos has been so good in his career. He's one of the 2 captains on the team, 110 tackles before we started today. You did mention, Rich, his name wasn't called a lot in the first half.
We called it.
But he's having it now.
Under 1 minute left in the 3rd quarter. Navy 21, Army 10. Black Knights facing a 3rd and 3 from the Midshipmen 21-yard line. Udo to the right of Daly out of the shotgun. Bryson hands off to Udo straight ahead. Has the first down and carries defenders down to the 15-yard line. Ramos made the tackle along with Pierce. Army will most likely snap it again to get the extra play, but the play clock and the game clock almost exactly synced up. This most likely will be the final play of the 3rd quarter. 1st and 10 for Army at the Navy 15-yard line. Daly waiting under center. 2 receivers left and 1 right. Short in motion. Pitch. Noah Short looking to bounce it outside 15-yard line. Cuts back and is pulled down. Great play by Peel making the play. Ball came out. Navy saying they recovered it, though short is ruled down. And that'll bring us to the end of quarter number 3. 15 minutes.
That's the end of the third quarter.
15 minutes remain in this 125th Army-Navy game presented by USAA. Army's going to need some coming back here, trailing the Midshipmen 21-10. We will have the fourth quarter coming up for you from Northwest Stadium in Landover, Maryland in just a moment. You're listening to Black Knights College Football right here on the Army Sports Network from Learfield.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Yeah, there are so many football games streaming this season. Can Xfinity Internet handle it?
Oh, we know the game is only live once, so we built a network with all-pro speeds and low lag so you don't miss a snap.
So I can yell, "He's open!" when he's actually open?
Yeah, but the quarterback still can't hear you.
Xfinity gives you a super fast connection to the game. Stream live sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed. Streaming content limited to the U.S.
Greetings from Daytona, where a band of dreamers took a strip of beach and turned it into a proving ground. The Great American Race, where year after year, greatness is the destination.
Drivers, start your engines, let's go! Yeah!
So book your experience and soak in 500 miles of history and tradition. The Daytona 500, February 16th, 2025. Secure your seats now at Daytona500.com.
Radio Network on 92.5 FM in Kingston, 96.5 FM in Beacon, and 94.3 FM in Peekskill.
Welcome to the fourth quarter, brought to you by GM Military Appreciation. Get a special offer on Chevrolet vehicles at gmmilitaryappreciation.com. 15 minutes left in this Army-Navy game. Black Knights going to have some big coming back to do. Navy 21, Army 10, though the Black Knights a 2nd and 9 from the Navy 14-yard line. Dean, I had said earlier on this drive, Army needs 7. Theoretically, a field goal here would bring it back to a one-score game, but we're getting perilously close to, and Navy's not going to be able to score again. Army won't be able to absorb another Navy score. Black Knights really need 7 here.
Yeah, they do. And I like the way they're moving the ball right now, Rich. I definitely see the momentum with the Army offensive line creating some holes. I like the way Udo has run here in the third quarter. Now, see what he does here in the fourth quarter. Bryson Daly's been neutralized in this ball game. I mean, his season low is 78 yards against Lehigh, and he hasn't had a ton of yards in this game. And they bottled him up pretty good. Obviously, he was the key coming into the ball game. Take him away and see what we can do with the other guys.
It'll be 2nd and 9 for Army from the Navy 14-yard line. Navy jumped out to a 14-0 lead in the first half. Army cut it to 7 at the intermission and scored a field goal on its opening drive of the second half. Navy came back with a touchdown. And now Army, and would have all been time-consuming drives, looking to punch it in here.
Army usually is a run-oriented red zone team, and a lot of those touchdowns have been scored this year by their quarterback, Bryson Daly. But again, no running lanes for Daly here this afternoon.
And this Army offensive line surprised at the team hotel last night with the Joe Moore Award given to the nation's top offensive line. Aaron Taylor, the former Notre Dame offensive lineman, now with CBS, was there for the presentation, beating out the University of Texas and the University of Oregon as the nation's top offensive line. They've got 15 minutes here to help bring Army back in this one. And so much has to fall into place here, Dean. Army, we talk about 7 points on this drive, then the Army defense is going to have to come up big should the Black Knights get in here. Army lines up 2nd and 9 from the Navy 14-yard line on the right hash as the fourth quarter set to begin. Tight formation for the Black Knights. Daly waiting under his center. Brady Small, Reed in motion. Reverse pivot by Daly, will throw. Gives a lot of ground, dropping back, hoisted into the end zone. All along, Casey Reynolds overthrown through his hands. He had Reynolds alone on the back of the end zone. And Reynolds, trying to stay in bounds, gave a leap for it. Just too much on it from Bryson Daly. It'll be 3rd down and 9.
He came right into our living room, so to speak, Rich. He just ran a quick out, and he was wide open. He's got some length to him, but he couldn't get up that high to catch that. And Daly had time to throw. He evaded the rush. He just stepped back deep into the pocket. He had to throw it a long way. And now you got a 3rd and long situation.
And this is when you have to balance. Are you going to play this for 2 plays? Army's going to take a second timeout here.
Through his hands. That is their second. It'll be a full timeout.
14:54 left, 4th quarter. Big decisions coming up for Army in the next couple of plays. Trailing Navy 21-10. It'll be 3rd and 9 at the Midshipmen 14 when we come back. You're listening to Black Knights College Football right here on the Army Sports Network from Learfield.
You can just move through life, or you can find the things that move you. It's your choice. Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Choose your calling. Choose your path. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move. You know who you are. Mazda. Move and be moved.
I wake up.
Is there any trip more delightfully unpredictable than a road trip? After all, who knows where the road will take you? Who knows where you'll stay? Will it be that no-name hotel that says no to every request?
No, you'll have to find the elevators yourself.
Or maybe the one with the extra stale Danish for breakfast.
I think I broke a tooth.
When you want a place you can always rely on wherever the road takes you, it matters where you stay.
Welcome to Hampton by Hilton. Don't forget about our free hot breakfast.
Hilton, for the stay.
0.5 FM in Kingston, 96.5 FM in Beacon, and 94.3 FM in Peekskill.
Army fans, build, power, service, protect. Those are the things that describe EMCOR, a nationwide leader in all things infrastructure, from data centers to hospitals, airports, to manufacturing plants. EMCOR, build, power, service, protect. Rich DeMarco, Dean Darling, Joe Beckerly, and Tony Marino back at Northwest Stadium, Landover, Maryland, home of the NFL's Washington Commanders, and Army missing a golden opportunity to get right back in this game. A short touchdown for Casey Reynolds, though an overthrown pass from Bryson Daly, and Army then has to take a timeout before this 3rd down play. It'll be 3rd and 9 from the Navy 14. Black Knights trailing 21-10. Still a ton of time left, 14:54 in this 4th quarter, but this is going to be an enormous play.
Man, you want to keep those timeouts in your pocket for defense late in the game, but forced because of a play clock situation, and then that one right there, they're telling me that that's the most important play of the game that's going to come up, and we want to make sure we get it right, because you have to get some kind of points here, preferably obviously a touchdown.
You think 3 is a consideration here? If Army doesn't get it, you're going to have to kick the 3.
Yep.
But then you can't let Navy score at all.
Right.
And you're going to need a touchdown and a 2 to tie it.
And they haven't stopped Horvath when you think about it. You're right. Let's go down to Tony.
Try and get a read, guys, on personnel on the field, on perhaps the type of play, where they're going to go with this. Kanye Udo off the field, not on here. Let's see what they walk out of the huddle from.
So Short and Reynolds are 2 receivers. Rendina will be the back to the right of Daly, who will work out of the shotgun. Hayden Reed's gotten a ton of run in this game. He's the right slot. So Rendina, who generally comes in as a blocker on a passing play to the right of Daly, could also signal a quarterback draw. Daly out of the gun. 3rd and 9 for Army for the Navy 14-yard line. Short in motion. Daly fakes the handoff. Straight back to throw. Bryson looking. Heaves it over the middle. Pass knocked in the air and out of bounds. Past the end line. Intended for Noah Short. There was contact right as the ball arrived. And it'll be 4th down, and Army will bring on the field goal unit. Daly had a lot of time, tried to place that ball, and it was Rayon Lane who gave Short no opportunity on that. It'll be Granati here from 30 yards. Walter will snap it. Rhodes gets it down. Ball is down. Kick is up. Plenty of distance, and it's good. So Army has cut this down to a one-score game. An 8-point deficit with 14:44 left in this fourth quarter. Navy on top of Army, 21-13. You're listening to Black Knights College Football right here on the Army Sports Network from Learfield.
Auto insurance can all seem the same until it comes time to use it. So don't get stuck paying more for less coverage. Switch to USAA Auto Insurance and you could start saving money in no time. Get a quote today. Restrictions apply.
Duke Cannon makes grooming goods for men, like our thick body wash, big bricks of soap, various beard goods, deodorants, and colognes. Plus, a portion of all proceeds benefit United States veterans through our Veterans Fund. With hardworking products and a heart for people who served, it's no wonder folks feel right at home in Duke Cannon country. Find our products at DukeCannon.com, Walmart, Target, Amazon, or your local hardware store. Duke Cannon. Work harder, smell better.
The last thing you want to hear when you need your auto insurance most is a robot with countless irrelevant menu options. Which is why with USAA Auto Insurance, you'll get great service that is easy and reliable, all at the touch of a button. Get a quote today. Restrictions apply.
You're listening to the Army Black Knights Football Radio Network on 92.5 FM in Kingston, 96.5 FM in Beacon, and 94.3 FM in Peekskill.
Army fans, are you ready to win big with great products and award-winning service from USAA, a proud sponsor of Army West Point Athletics? You'll be prepared for whatever life throws your way. Visit USAA.com to learn more. Rich DeMarco, Dean Darling, Joe Beckerly, Tony Marino. Army-Navy, the 125th meeting. Black Knights trailing the Midshipmen 21-13. 14:44 left in the fourth quarter. Black Knights have to settle for a field goal to cut the deficit to 8. They surely would have loved to have gotten 7.
Yep, and Granati did get it from 31. He's 2 for 2 today, bringing the MCOR scoring drive summary. 13 plays, 45 yards, 6:43 in time. Had to burn their second time out, so they're down to 1 timeout. But they cut the deficit to 8. But you know, we were talking while in break. Horvath, he's just been the difference. He's just got this offense going. He's just made big play after big play, and that's where Army's going to have to get the stops.
And Navy on the special teams on kick returns. They've had a 42-yard kick return by Isaiah Bryant. Also benefited from an out-of-bounds kickoff on the opening kickoff of the game. And Granati, who took over kickoffs after Anderson Britton was injured in late September, advances on the football. Here comes the kick right to left, and a short kickoff is fielded at the 15-yard line, running right 28-25, and just hits a wall. Army doing a great job special teams wise. Isaiah Bryant runs into his fellow number 25, Josiah Banks, and Navy will begin 1st and 10 at its own 25. And now some extracurricular activity as some players being held down. It was Army's Noah Nixon getting into it with Matthew Saliga. Looked like they were tangled up at the bottom of a pile and then separated. And now it's time for the Army defense. Black Knights trailing 21-13. 14:39 left in the fourth quarter, though that clock can shrink rather quickly. One receiver out to the left side, that's Velez. 2 backs in the backfield. Horvath fakes the handoff, then runs left, cuts back, and able to slither through across the 30, and then out near the 32-yard line. Army had good coverage on Horvath. He was able to just slip by. Max DiDomenico made the tackle, and that's a 7-yard gain. It'll be 2nd and 3.
His cutback ability is really good because that was defended out there on the perimeter. Army had everybody marked, but then he turned it up the field and got the 7.
2nd and 3 for Navy from their own 32. Teska in the game at fullback. Horvath goes from under center back into the shotgun. Trips out to the right side. Teska to his right. Horvath takes the snap, runs right with it. He's going to keep it. 35-yard line. Has the first down, then pushed from behind and out of bounds near the 40-yard line. So ends up being a gain of 9. marked out at the 41, and a fresh set of downs for the Midshipmen.
So Teska goes over 100 yards on this drive for the 5th time this year. And he is a guy that normally, Rich, only runs it 19 times a game, and that was his 17th carry right there of the ball game. So
his season high was 92 against Temple before today. Velez, the one receiver, out to the right side. Man in motion, Horvath, hands off, running right as Teska, cuts back DiDomenico, got him right at the 44-yard line. Held that to a gain of just 2. It'll be 2nd down and 8.
So Teska has been held to only 17 yards today on 6 carries. So they've done a good job on him, other than the big catch he had earlier. Army's been hurt in the passing game, especially in this ball game, but now you're into this situation here.
That was the 31-yard screen, catch and run on the opening drive of the game for Navy. 2nd and 8 for the Mids from their own 44. Horvath checks out from under center. Into the gun, 2 receivers left, ball on the right hash. Back to either side. Horvath, arms extended, awaiting the football. Hands off straight ahead. This is Heidenreich. Latour came through to take him down. Helped out by Dre Miller at the 45-yard line. A gain of just 1. That'll bring up 3rd down and 7.
Yeah, that's a great job by Latour. He didn't let him slither to the middle and grabbed him, forced him into the 3rd down.
Huge, huge play for the Army defense. Maybe the play of the game for Army's D. Clock running down toward the 12-minute mark of this 4th quarter. 3rd down and 7 for Navy. Ball at the Midshipmen 45-yard line. Kent is in the game along with Heidenreich out to the left side. Hutchinson, a receiver to the right along with Chapman. Horvath out of the gun, will run with it. Cuts back 45-yard line. Army's got him. It was Andon Thomas taking him down at the 47-yard line. We wanted to call Andon Thomas. We do. Maybe the biggest defensive play for Army today. It's 4th down, and the Midshipmen will have to punt it away.
So Andon Thomas slides off his block and realizes that, hey, I'll meet him in the hole. And he won that one right there. So he got around the midsection of Horvath. Big stop by Army.
So coming on is Riley Reithman. The Army defense does its job.
Watch the fake, Rich.
They love the fake, and Army loves coming after these punts. There's 2 up men. It is a fake, and running left is Robinson. Has the 1st down the far sideline, 40-yard line to the 35, and then undercut by Tyrell Robinson. It looks like a fumble. Army thinks it's a fumble. Bottom line, it's Landon Robinson, the fleet-footed 6', 278-pound junior. On the fake, took it left for 35 yards. There's bodies coming off the pile, and it's Navy football.
Landon Robinson, being as big as he is, went down. I don't know if they say he was down with the ball. He got hit really low, and the ball popped out. Who jumped on it? It looked like a Navy guy did get on top of it.
And Landon Robinson, a fake punt. And you think back to 2021 and Diego Fagot. The last time Navy came away victorious against Army, and Colin Ramos with the recovery down at the 23-yard line.
Landon Robinson is 278 pounds. He had a 24-yard fake punt last year against SMU. He had a 34-yard fake punt run this year, and now just a killer here in the 4th quarter.
And he was bunched, one of those 2 up men. And Dean, you called it, that they love to fake it. And we had set it up with Robinson being the person. 2 receivers right now. 1st and 10 for Navy from the Army 23. Fake handoff by Horvath, running it left side, 15-yard line. Cuts back to the 10, carrying defenders down near the 5-yard line. Dre Miller makes the tackle. And Blake Horvath picks up 19, and it's a 1st and goal for Navy at the Army 5-yard line.
Yeah, Teska out in front of him, did a good job following his block, gets it inside the 5, as you said. Very good at picking up blocks, reading his blocks.
Needless to say, a touchdown here would be gigantic for Navy. 2 receivers bunched right. Teska the fullback. First and goal for Navy from the Army 5-yard line. Horvath fakes the pass, now runs straight up the middle, hit it about the 2-yard line, sandwiched and goes down at the Army 1-yard line. Making the tackle, Andon Thomas. It'll be second and goal for the Black Knights 1.
Yeah, they tried to spread Army out as they have done throughout the day.
Army lines up quickly, as does Navy. Second and goal for the Mids from the Army 1-yard line. Horvath got his team lined up quickly, now steps back, looks far sideline for the play. Play clock down to 15, loses communication in the helmet. Now back under center. Teska is the deep back on second and goal. Horvath keeps it, push play to the goal line. Army standing up. Horvath does not look like he got into the end zone. Might be where he ends up, at the bottom of the pile. And he was stopped short. It'll be third and goal. But Army picking up the field goal on its last drive instead of the touchdown means even a field goal for Navy here restores an 11-point lead. That's going to be 2 scores for Army. And there's an injured Navy offensive lineman.
Yeah, it's 68.
Connor McMahon, the left tackle.
And he is Pro Football Focus picked him as the 9th best offensive tackle in FBS football, and he wears that number in honor of former offensive lineman David Forney, who unfortunately died back in February of 2020, unexpected illness, and each year they pick out an offensive lineman to wear that number.
We will step aside while McMahon is being looked at. It'll be third and goal for Navy at the Army 1-yard line when we return. 9:03 left in the fourth quarter. Navy 21, Army 13. You're listening to Black Knights College Football right here on the Army Sports Network from Learfield.
Your holiday season just got a whole lot smoother with the music of a yacht rock Christmas. Christopher Cross, Hall & Oates.
Seen some ridiculous running backs have a featured role in the fantasy playoffs that win championships.
But making the wrong move could mean the difference between glory or defeat.
Every week, Mike Evans is either scoring or putting up some numbers.
Touchdown, Tampa Bay! Don't lose because you weren't listening. Channel 87 on the Sirius XM app.
Listening to the Army Black Knights Football Radio Network on 92.5 FM in Kingston, 96.5 FM in Beacon, and 94.3 FM in Peekskill.
Army fans, build, power, service, protect. Those are the things that describe EMCOR, nationwide leader in all things infrastructure, from data centers to hospitals, airports to manufacturing plants. EMCOR, build, power, service, protect. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification across the Army Sports Network from Learfield.
Join me, Dusty Dvorak, and Danny Cannell Monday morning at 6 Eastern as we break down all the action from the weekend on Sirius XM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Rich DeMarco, Dean Darling, Joe Beckerly, and Tony Marino back at Northwest Stadium, Landover, Maryland. 9 minutes, 3 seconds left in this game, and in 9 minutes and 3 seconds, either Army or Navy will celebrate with the Commander-in-Chief's trophy on this field. And right now, Navy in control, leading the Black Knights 21-13, and the Mids with a third and goal at the Army 1-yard line.
Well, Army's had goal line stands in each of the last 2 years against this Navy team, and they're going to need one here. Actually, that's the way the game ended last year. And see what happens.
Third and goal for Navy from the Army 1-yard line. Fofana directly behind Horvath. 2 receivers left. Push play. Horvath to the goal line. Touchdown, Navy. Blake Horvath takes it in from 1 yard out. And Navy takes control with 8 minutes and 50 seconds left in the ball game. Horvath leaped the line and then does a bow in the end zone to celebrate. And the Midshipmen open up a 2-touchdown lead.
Yeah, just like the first touchdown he scored. He's got good height up in the air and over, and just could not get in the end zone. Army was punching at it, trying to get a fumble situation, but he got to the goal.
And Kirkwood ought to attempt the extra point. Reithman, the holder. Rain Fry will snap it. Kirkwood, 3 of 3 today. Snap, ball is down. Snap was high. Army came through, nearly got a hand on it, but the kick goes through, and a penalty flag comes out as Jaden Mays nearly got a hand on that extra point.
And it looks like the referee's going over to talk to the Navy bench, so it might be their option. Did they rough?
Because
possibly the holder?
They could take it and then go for 2.
Running into the kicker, defense, that penalty is declined. The try was good.
So now 28-13. 2-touchdown deficit for Army. Black Knights with only 1 timeout. It's pretty simple, Dean. Army's got to get downfield quickly and score, and then essentially hold Navy to a 3-and-out with still enough time on the clock to be able to go downfield and score another touchdown. Hopefully within those 2 touchdowns, pick up a 2-point conversion and tie this game at 28.
Yep. Well, they haven't showed that they can stop Navy. The killer obviously was the fake punt and the long run of 29 yards by Landon Robinson. And you're right, Army's into desperate mode. Will be forced, obviously, to throw the ball where they haven't thrown it well today at all. Just the touchdown pass that they got to one of their wide receivers. But you know what? The one that also hurts, Rich, the wide open Casey Reynolds in the end zone where Daly just overshot him.
I mean, at that point, it would still be 28-17, and you'd need still 2 scores, but a touchdown and a field goal, a touchdown, a 2 and a field goal. But outside of the Notre Dame game, first time all season, Army's just felt in catch-up mode this entire game. Army won the coin toss, deferred, like you would expect. Navy came down the field and scored after the out-of-bounds kickoff, and it's just felt like Army's been playing catch-up since that opening drive.
So Blake Horvath's had himself a day. 2 one-yard touchdown dives and 2 touchdown passes. And he's a guy that missed the Army-Navy game last year because of injury. You just got to give him a lot of credit. He's come back from a lot of injuries this year. They say his ribs were really hurt, and they sat him out against the last game against East Carolina because they were preserving him for this game. And Rich, you touched on it, and I agree. I don't think it's excuse-making. They've had plenty of time to get ready for this game, and a well-rested Horvath who hasn't really played in a month until this day.
I mean, and let's look at where Army's been. This is the 4th straight week with a game and so much pressure on each game. Army was 9-0 on November 23rd, nationally ranked, going up against number 5 Notre Dame, and a chance with a win to really jump into the thick of the college football playoff conversation. Army fell short in that game, picked up a couple of tough injuries, had to come back, play UTSA the next Saturday to win in order to host the American Athletic Conference Championship game last Friday night when Army defeated Tulane. Not an excuse, but you wonder if it's catching up to Army this afternoon here just outside of Washington, D.C. Robinson and Stewart back deep. Gossett and Granati each with an out-of-bounds kickoff today. Gossett advancing on the football, and the boot comes down to Stewart at the 20-yard line. Fumbled it and then recovered it on his knees at the 21-yard line. And that's where Army will begin 1st and 10 with 8:50 left in the game. We talk a lot about the Army offensive line and churning down the field. It might be Bryson Daly drop-back passes here, down 2 touchdowns and 8:50 to play.
Yeah, and Bryson has not had a good game throwing the ball. He hasn't had a really chance to run the ball efficiently. They've been on top of him. You look at Daly's updated number, 6 of 13 for 56 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception.
First and 10 for Army from its own 21-yard line. 2 receivers out to the right side. 1 left. Daly out of the gun. Udo to his right. Daly rolls to his right on first down, throws on the run. Pass caught on the far sideline. Cam Shore, who's out of bounds right at the 30-yard line. It'll be about a yard short of the first down. It'll be 2nd and 1. Army lining up quickly. They want to conserve as much time on the clock as they can. Black Knights only one timeout left. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Daly looks right, now is going to run with it. Stutter step, gets by Robinson, then taken down by Justin Reed. Has the first down near the 35-yard line. Army needs to line up quickly, and they're doing that because now we're coming down to 8 minutes left in the game. Army needs 2 touchdowns as well as a stop of Navy. And now the officials blow the whistle. Looks like they are correcting the spot of the ball. Army in a tight formation. 1st and 10 for the Black Knights from their own 35. Daly waiting from the right hash. Fakes the handoff to Udo. Here's the pitch. Noah short, and he's hit in the backfield and then taken down for a loss. It was Andrew Duhart who broke through the crackback from Casey Reynolds. Kyle Jacob ended up making the tackle. There's an injured Army player at the 37-yard line. Looks like that could be the center, Brady Small. Small comes to his knees, being looked at by the Army training staff. And that's a loss of 3 back to the 32. It'll be 2nd down and 13. Brady Small, the sophomore from South Jersey, who's evolved into one of the true veterans on this offensive line.
Yeah, first team all-conference. One of the leaders as a sophomore. And I watched that time, the defense pitch. The 2 safeties walked right up to the line of scrimmage. It's almost they knew where that play was going to be destined to go. And Short had no opportunity at all.
We've said it all week. There's no defense better to defend Navy than Army's, and there's no defense better to defend Army than Navy's.
It's just, this is a revamped offense by Navy this year. A lot of elements to it. The wing tee, the option, the spread. And it's a lot to contend with. And you know what? Navy's a team that they have scored some points this year on teams. They come in averaging 32. That's number 37 in the country. It's good to see that Brady's up. That's another remarkable thing this year. Army starting the starting 5 in the offensive line for the 13th straight game here today. That's unheard of.
And Army getting through the Tulane game really unscathed. That was the big concern after the win over UTSA, and getting back Cody Harris-Miller today. So there was hope. So Katsianis moves over to center. So we'll take a look at the exchanges here between him and Daly. A tight formation here on 2nd and 13 for Army from the Black Knights 32. Fake handoff, Daly straight back to throw. Now rolls to his left, gets by one defender, and now heaves it back the other way and coming back, and the ball knocked out and intercepted by Navy and tackled down at the 47-yard line of the Midshipmen. Kenneth McShann. It was deflected by Andrew Duhart, who dislodged the football, and then McShann came up with the pick. There's a penalty flag that comes in late. Some players need to be separated, but Navy, its second interception of Bryson Daly, and the Mids in control with the football at midfield, if it all stands.
So Duhart had it, Rich. He's going to make the interception, but as he's rolling, the ball pops up. And as you said, McShann comes up with a tough throw, moving left, throwing across the field, up for grabs. Duhart had it, lost it. McShann takes it.
It looks like the penalty flags have to do with if Bryson Daly was across the line of scrimmage when he threw that football. It appears that's at least one of them.
Well, the second one, it's a personal foul on Navy because they just buried Schur after the play and give him a pile driver in the back of the head.
Let's go down to the field and Tony.
Yeah, this is likely going to be Ryan Lane. for the unsportsmanlike conduct. He buried, as Dean just mentioned, buried the defender, got on top of him, kept pushing him. That drew the flag. The other one, like you said, is likely going to be Daly.
On the field is an interception by Navy. After the play was over, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, intercepting team, number 18. 15-yard penalty from the dead ball spot. It'll be first down Navy.
That's now a couple personal fouls on Navy here today. And Rayon Lane, that's a tough throw for Bryson Daly, rolling to his left. And look, he's just trying to make something happen here. His team is down 2 touchdowns midway through the fourth quarter, but that is just a near impossible throw, even for someone with the arm strength of John Elway going cross field like that.
And Scher was just trying to make up ground to get to the ball because he was throwing, as you said, put a lot of air under it. And then Duhart tried to make the interception. And they were fortunate to have McShann right there when it popped back up off the belly of Duhart.
Now it's back to the Army defense needing to make a play. 7:24 left in the game. Army down to just 1 timeout. Had to use 2 timeouts on offense in this second half. And this Navy offense, which has been hitting on all cylinders here today, putting up 28 points, looking to drain some clock and clinch a victory. Kent, the receiver, out to the right side. Teska to the right of Horvath. Fake handoff to Heidenreich. Horvath straight ahead, 40-yard line, lunges forward to around the 41. Tackled by Chance Keith. That's a gain of 7 yards on the play. It'll be second down and 3 for the Midshipmen from their own 40.
And Horvath is just having himself a day. Prior to that run, 22 carries, 144 yards. By far, they continue to hold on to this lead. He's the MVP. What a game he's had.
And now under 7 minutes left in the game, and maybe the play of the game, the fake punt. Landon Robinson.
Yep, that one hurt for sure.
Army had seemingly held Navy after making it a 1-score game. Horvath out of the gun. A receiver to either side, a back to either side. Horvath fakes the handoff, keeps it straight ahead through traffic. 45-yard line to the 50, now to the clear. Far sideline, 30-yard line, 20-yard line, being chased from behind. Slides down to the turf, inside the 15. At the Army 12-yard line, Justin Weaver made the touchdown-saving tackle, and it was Weaver who is down, went down awkwardly on the far sideline.
To Horvath,
to a member of the defense,
breaks containment and it goes off that left side. They just caved in Army's defensive line in the middle. And then Horvath, really good speed, trying to avoid the check there at the end.
It looks like the arm of Weaver, as he got flipped over, landed awkwardly. And give Weaver credit for catching up with Horvath, getting an angle on him, with Mays giving chase as well.
Horvath now 199 yards.
It was Blake Horvath with Bryson Daly for the first month and a half of this season. The injuries to Horvath got him back healthy. Did not play the day after Thanksgiving when Navy was last in action against East Carolina. Came in 100% into this game, and we've seen what a 100% Blake Horvath can do.
Well, he's got 15 touchdowns this year, and I saw him interviewed earlier this week, and he was saying he's got his family here, including his sister, who tomorrow will graduate from Ohio State. They're going to get in a car tonight and drive back to Ohio State for her to graduate. So the family's going to celebrate this one, it appears, and then go to Columbus.
So Weaver coming off the field, holding his left arm close to his body. And team trainer Jackie McCann walking Weaver off the field. So the result of the run, a 1st and 10 for Navy at the Army 12-yard line, 6:23 left in the fourth quarter. Midshipmen on top, 28-13. Horvath taking his time because the game clock restarted with a full 40 seconds on the play clock. So the play clock down to still 20 seconds on the play clock, and Horvath just waiting to go under center to call out the play. And now under 10 seconds, Navy will get into its formation. Teska, the deep back, and the handoff on the handback. Heidenreich coming near side 5-yard line of the corner, being pushed into the corner, and touchdown Navy. It was Heidenreich along the right side from 12 yards out, and the Midshipmen are back on the board, though a penalty flag back at the 15-yard line.
Yeah, I think it might come back.
Holding offense, number 24, 10-yard penalty, replay first down.
That's Brandon Chapman, who had a touchdown catch earlier today, as Heidenreich took it along the right side and tumbled into the end zone for the touchdown. They'll move it back 10 yards to the 22. And it'll be first down and 20 for Navy with 5:39 left in the game. Velez, the receiver, out to the right side. Teska, the deep back. Horvath under center. Horvath waiting, man in motion, handoff straight ahead. Teska taken down at the line of scrimmage. Army converged. Harris Miller and Latour on the tackle.
They tried that quick hitter a few times. It hasn't worked for Navy.
A gain of 2 will make it 2nd and 18 for Navy from the Army 20-yard line. Navy's going to use as much time as they can on every play. Black Knights down to just 1 timeout. It's a 28-13 Midshipmen lead. They'll be able to take the clock under 5 minutes on this second down play, and you'd have to think keeping it exclusively on the ground. Trips right for Navy. Teska, the back to the right of Horvath. Out of the shotgun, Horvath running right. Late pitch. Teska cuts back 20-yard line. Still on his feet. Weaves through defenders down near the 15-yard line. What moves? Fleet-footed Alex Teska. And 2 Army players are down. Harris Miller, along with, it appears, Casey Larkin.
Timeout for defensive injury.
Larkin had one of the early shots at Teska, and just is down on his back at about the 23-yard line.
Yeah, I didn't like the way he landed. And he just stayed right on his back. And with the Army sideline being that close, they got right out to him.
You know, traditionally, Dean, over the last 10 years or so, when Navy has won this game, it has been spectacular quarterback play.
Yep.
You think of Keenan Reynolds, Malcolm Perry. How about Blake Horvath today? Just 4 of 9, 107 yards, 2 touchdowns through the air. That's a good game for an option quarterback, right?
Right.
And then 24 for 199 and 2 scores on the ground.
Yeah. He's accounted for 306 yards of offense today. He averages 209 yards of offense each game. So if you can get 306 yards from your quarterback, that's amazing.
If this score holds up, Navy would have earned it. Just from the opening kickoff, Army was just behind the 8 ball.
Just never got in sync in the ball game. They did a great job on Daly today. Udo, he played pretty well into that third quarter. But Army got behind then. Then you're forced into situations that you don't feel good about.
And that Army needed the touchdown on that drive. And Casey Reynolds back of the end zone. Too much on the football.
Tough day for Bryson Daly, who ended up 6th in the Heisman voting, which is a tremendous honor.
Timeout, Army. That is their third. It will be 30 seconds.
Looks like Munkin is out getting after one of the officials.
So Army's out of timeout, says our referee, Kevin Randall said. 4:32 left in the game. 3rd and 13 for Navy from the Army 15-yard line. Black Knights down 15, so let's do the math. You want a 17-point lead, right? You want it to be more than 17.
Please reset the game clock to 4 minutes and 36 seconds. 4:36.
You want 17 because that's more than 2 touchdowns, right, and 2 twos. If you can push it to 18, it's most likely 3 touchdowns you're going to need, right? So a field goal here would give Navy that coveted 18-point lead. Army needing 3 scores in the span of 4 minutes.
I got to say, though, the Army Corps and crowd's been very involved in this game throughout.
What an experience for us calling this game just above the Corps. This is something I'm not going to forget.
So I'm a little concerned coming in because this is basically a Navy home game when you think about it as far as location, proximity. And next year, too, because Army-Navy's back in Baltimore.
3rd and 13 for Navy from the Army 15-yard line. Horvath out of the shotgun, fakes the handoff. Horvath keeps it, cuts left near the 10-yard line and goes down between the hash marks. Andon Thomas on the pile along with Max DiDomenico making the tackle. Army out of timeouts. Navy can run this clock down. They can call timeout of their own if they want. With the play clock down to 1, they could run it under 4 minutes left in the game. They'll bring on Nathan Kirkwood for what will be a 27-yard field goal attempt between the hashes. His first field goal attempt of the game. He's 4 of 7 on the year. A long of 46 at UAB. Had a field goal blocked at Air Force. Missed a 21-yarder last time Navy was in action against East Carolina.
He's only a 62% field goal kicker as far as makes.
And Navy does call the timeout
Navy.
with 1
That
second on the play
first.
clock.
It will be 30 seconds.
3:49 left in the game. This one's going to sting, Dean.
Yeah, it is.
11 wins, an American Athletic Conference championship. And Jeff Monken not just saying it, to everyone associated with this Army program. West Point cannot truly be considered a great year unless you win this game, and there's going to be things to think about.
It's 365 days a year, right, Rich? Beat Navy. That's what everybody says. And it comes down to this one December game. A lot at stake.
Kirkwood on to attempt what will be a 27-yard field goal out of the hold of Reithman. Snap, ball is down, kick is up, plenty of distance, and it's good. And that puts Navy ahead by 18 points with 3 minutes and 45 seconds to play.
So Army, the 2 interceptions cost them 10 points in this game. And Navy now with a tremendous lead. Went into this game a touchdown underdog. And they have done it. Got to give them credit.
They earned it. And it was from the opening kickoff.
Yep.
Army just never was in control of this game. Cutting it to 14-7 at halftime. The drive to begin the second half, though only coming up with 3. And one of the matchups we looked at coming into this game was the battle of the red zone defenses. Army and Navy among the nation's best. Navy's defense made plays in the red zone. Army's did not.
Very, very good point.
And Blake Horvath, over 200 yards on the ground, 204 yards and 2 touchdowns rushing. 2 of his 4 pass completions going for scores as well. And he's been the best player on the field today. Here's the kickoff by Gossett. Another short kickoff to Stewart, who juggles it at the 20-yard line and on the numbers out to the 25 near side, across the 30, and finally brought down at the 34-yard line. And that's where Army will begin first down and 10. Special teams tackle made by Benjamin Franklin. We're not playing the game in Philadelphia.
We're not there.
125th Army-Navy game. Black Knights have won the last two. Today's been the Midshipmen's Day. Army with 3:40 left in the game. 1st and 10 from their own 34-yard line. A tight formation. Daly out of the gun. Rendina in the backfield. Bryson back to throw. Looking. Fires near side. Intercepted. Making a diving play to come up with it. Luke Pierce. And that will just about do it. 3rd interception off the arm of Bryson Daly. And the Navy Midshipmen preparing to sing second.
Just trying to run a quick out over by the Army sideline, and Daly just threw it to the wrong spot. And this defense continues to have just a tremendous game.
Intended for Samari Howard, who had come in the game as a slot back. Just a tough afternoon for Army.
Bryson Daly, 19 carries today for only 52 yards, less than 3 yards a carry, 3 interceptions. But it's really, you need to talk about Navy because it's been Navy's ball game.
Daba Fafana, the senior fullback who was replaced by Teska last season in the game to get some carries late. He runs left and then changes direction, taken down for a loss by Winokur. Back to the 40-yard line. That's a loss of 3. It'll be 2nd down and 13. And Navy will exclusively keep it on the ground. Army can't stop the clock. That'll bring the game clock under 3 minutes. Not going to say that I didn't see a Navy victory coming because these are always close games. I don't think I envisioned the game playing out nearly how it ended up playing out.
No.
And handoff, Heidenreich running left, trying to turn the corner, stays in bounds and twists inbounds inside the 35 and down at about the 32-yard line. Tackled by Mendoza. Army will have to hold him inbounds. They do. Navy will have to snap it before the 2-minute warning. 2-minute timeout, I should say. First time I said it all year, warning. Third and 5 for the Mids. From the Army 32-yard line. Horvath have the shotgun, hands up. Heidenreich, stutter step inside the 30, has the first down and brought down at about the Army 27-yard line by Caleb Fortner. And that will bring us to the 2-minute timeout. With 1:59 left in the ball game, Navy leading Army 31-13. You're listening to Black Knights College Football right here on the Army Sports Network from Learfield.
New York City, the Bulls are bucking back. The Professional Bull Riders Unleash the Beast Series returns to Madison Square Garden January 3rd through 5th. Only the toughest cowboys survive at the world's most famous arena. Get your tickets now at PBR.com and Ticketmaster.com.
Auto insurance can all seem the same until it comes time to use it. So don't get stuck paying more for less coverage. Switch to USAA Auto Insurance and you could start saving money in no time. Get a quote today. Restrictions apply.
At Palantir, we have always believed that our nation's service members deserve the best technology to win. That's why we've spent nearly 2 decades developing America's software advantage. Our products are deployed across the U.S. Armed Forces to help accelerate decision-making, improve readiness, and detect, deter, and defeat threats by bringing the whole field into view. Palantir is proud to be the official software partner of America's game.
You're listening to the Army Black Knights Football Radio Network on 92.5 FM in Kingston, 96.5 FM in Beacon, and 94.3 FM in Peekskill.
2 minutes left, fourth quarter, 125th Army-Navy game presented by USAA. Army trailing Navy 31-13. Midshipmen looking to run out the clock here with a 1st and 10 at the Army 27-yard line. And news that broke during our game, Dean, it started circulating this morning. Army's opponent in the Independence Bowl coming up on December 28th, Marshall, which has been besieged with players in the transfer portal, coaches leaving, having a coaching change, and it was announced by the Independence Bowl. We saw this afternoon that it'll be Louisiana Tech taking on Army at Independence Stadium in Shreveport coming up on December 28th.
So they went out and got an in-state school, right, to try and boost the attendance a little bit. They were in a tough position with Marshall having all those players going in to the portal and their head coach leaving.
Louisiana Tech, a 5-7 team, though several close losses this year. They played a number of one-score games.
I remember the game we played them in the Cotton Bowl. Remember that?
That was fun.
In the rain?
Yes.
With thunderstorms? Yeah.
Remember Sally Mahler on our field mic getting drenched on the field?
Yeah.
Lloyd Crossman, our field mic extraordinaire, ended up on the television during the break.
Yeah. But going back to that La Tech game, wasn't that where Tony Marino sought refuge during the thunderstorm in the locker room or someplace? Tony, can you comment on that?
Yes, that is true. There was some thunder and lightning that day, and I did seek refuge in the locker room. Had some great conversation with former head coach Rich Ellerson at that time. He made sure I was okay.
And, something to look forward to for this Army team. Not like we're painting positivity. Army's going to fall here to Navy this afternoon. But, the show goes on, and Army's going to have one more opportunity to be on the field this year. Thankfully, Louisiana Tech stepping in on December 28th. Navy will go single safety formation here. Army out of timeouts. Horvath takes a knee. And just 3 knees needed here to end this game. And Navy will win the Commander-in-Chief's trophy for the first time since 2019.
Yeah. And they did that at MetLife, right? And then Army went on. No?
When Navy defeated Army at MetLife, it was a shared Commander-in-Chief's trophy.
Right.
2019 with Malcolm Perry.
Yeah. I'm glad he's gone. He did some damage on Army.
That was 300 yards on the ground.
Yeah. Yep.
Horvath in the single safety takes a knee, and then one more knee will do it.
They just drenched their head coach, Newberry.
His first win in an Army-Navy game as head coach.
He's done a good job there, taking over the program. Stumbled last year, 5-7. They had a lot of injuries. They were indecisive at quarterback. Now they got themselves a quarterback, Blake Horvath.
And he's back next year.
Yep.
A lot of things figure into this ball game. Navy is going to win the ball game. Last play, Horvath takes a knee. Arms extended, a backflip from Daba Fofana. The Midshipmen players celebrate at midfield. Navy wins the Commander-in-Chief's trophy for 2024, defeating Army by the final score of 31-13. With the win, Navy 9-3 on the 2024 season. Army suffering just its second loss of 2024. Black Knights fall to 11-2. Navy stunned Army from the opening drive of the game. Took a 14-0 lead. Black Knights battled back, though not enough in the end. And it's the Blake Horvath show. 200 yards on the ground and 2 touchdowns, 100 yards through the air, and 2 more scores. And Navy defeats Army in the 125th meeting of the 2 academies by the final score of 31-13.
Yeah, it was a quarterback duel when you think about it. That was featured coming in between Daly and Horvath. Horvath got the best of it today, and Navy got the best of Army, and now they move on to play in the Armed Forces Bowl against Oklahoma. And as you said, that's a good year so far, Rich, when you look at it for them, 9-3. Really a great year for Army, other than this loss today. You've got an 11-2 record. That's a tremendous record.
And now the poignant, emotional end to this Army-Navy spectacle. The Army players heading into the corner of the field just below our broadcast location in front of the Corps of Cadets for the playing of the alma maters, beginning with the West Point alma mater. Shortly, we will turn things over to the public address announcer here at Northwest Stadium, Mark Fratto.
Join me, Danny Cannell, and Dusty Dvorak Monday morning at 6 Eastern as we break down all the action from the weekend on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Once the games are over, relive the biggest plays of the day with me, Denton Day, on College Football Overtime on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Alma Mater.
And now, the victorious Navy Midshipmen move across the field, our end of the field, into the corner with the brigade of midshipmen, several Navy players sitting in the stands next to their fellow mids. And momentarily, we will have the playing of the Navy blue and gold.
Please remain standing for Navy blue and gold.
Navy defeats Army by the final score of 31-13 and captures the Commander-in-Chief's trophy for 2020.